All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the community, staff, and fellow members of council. Good to have everybody here for our 6:30 PM special meeting. This is a study session for library board appointment. Comments at a special meeting are limited to items listed on the special meeting agenda. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes per item for those that wish to provide public comment. And for those that wish to provide comment while not physically in attendance, you may call 559-366-1849. For with tonight, library board appointment is to interview applicants and appoint a member to the library board for a term ending June 30th, 2028. The library board was established pursuant to California Education Code 18910, which states that a public library shall be managed by a board of library trustees consisting of 5 members who serve 3-year terms to be appointed by the mayor with the consent of the council. The board advises staff and council on all matters relating to library services. Meetings of the board are held at 4 PM on the third Wednesday of each month at the Tulare Public Library. And this evening is we have applicants who all those materials have been submitted to council members, and we will go through the list and let the applicants make comments to council, and also as well any questions Q&A we'd like to address.
If I may, before we start, just for clarification, there's 2 members that had their term expired. We have appointed someone to fill one of the 2, correct?
That is correct. Lisa Hollingshead, council did that action previously.
Right. And now we're filling the second position. Very good.
Okay. Staff, is there anything to add? Okay. So I think moving forward with this, I'm just going to go the way that the order of the applicants were in our packet. And is Patricia Cortez here with us tonight? Okay. The second application we had was Chloe Cushing. And Chloe, would you mind if there's anything that you would like to state regarding your appointment to council, you're welcome to come up front. Just to clarify, thank you for being here. You don't have to approach the council. You don't have to. We set this up and appreciate you addressing the council. And of course, that way it gets a chance and the public to know our applicants a little better. So good evening, Chloe, and thank you for your interest.
Thank you for having me. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I don't have a lot to say. It's just that I no, I'm not the typical applicant or for a city council board of any kind, but I do love the library, and I am looking to both be involved and give back to the community that has raised me, has sent me to both my bachelor's and master's programs, and is continuing to see me grow as a young woman. So I want to continue to be a part of my community in every way, shape, or form. So, and the library I love, so that's a perfect place to start. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. And you might, Chloe, just real quick, does council members have any questions of this applicant?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Chloe. Next on the list is Bill Cushing. Mr. Cushing, welcome.
I need to finish her statement as the proud dad of my daughter who just finished her master's at Cal Poly in history. And one of the reasons I encouraged her to apply for the board is because she has studied and done research in both genealogy and California history, which her master's is on throughout the state of California. She has a library card for the Huntington Archives down in LA. She's MLK up at San Jose State, Stanford, Cal Poly, many of the other ones around the state where she spent many an hour. And I've spent many a time in coffee shops while she's been studying and doing those things. So Chloe's also a genealogist and helps with the families out. So anyway, proud dad.
You applying or are you?
No, I'm applying for both.
Advertising for her.
We walked up and she's like, I got to talk. And I'm like, yeah, you got to talk. She's like, well, she wasn't really ready. So I thought I would just add those points. My name is Will Cushing. I know some of you were meeting for the first time. I am a Pixley boy. I grew up in the library that the county provided in Pixley. and right along the way from the home to the parents' office. And so I spent many an hour there and many of cool summer nights or days avoiding the heat we have in this valley. Because of that, I've been a lifelong learner. And one of the things I've instilled in my family is we don't take a trip without stopping at a Barnes and Noble or the Old Borders. And we're vivacious readers and have tons of books in our own library. If you have the original flyer when they opened this building and they did the open house, you'll see my son and myself are one of the main pictures there. We were here when we opened it before the opening house, the first day the doors were open. Chloe was here too, along with my other son. And all of my children have benefited from both the internet, the library, the research abilities over these many years. I've been very active in the community for, I don't know, my entire life, and currently sit on the Sundale Foundation Board and run two other nonprofits here in town focused on youth and aquatics, the Tulare Water Polo Club, and along with my daughter, the Tulare Lake Swim Club for youth to learn how to swim and get engaged in aquatics. I do a few other things here and there, but now is my time as my children are all off at school to start spending a little more time since I don't have grandkids yet, focusing on the city and giving back while I have time. So this seemed like a nice opportunity to combine those two things together and provide that opportunity. So if you're so inclined, I'm available to serve.
Thank you. And I do have one question to yourself and to Chloe, with all respect, ask this and might follow my notes here. So as library board, as with any board in taking this position, would you be able to make that schedule? Attendance is very important. So as it says, the meeting time for the library board, there's no conflict for you? You'd be able to make those?
No, it's actually nice. It's not an evening time and it's not generally during the day. It's a nice 4 o'clock time once a month.
And Chloe, I see you nodding. All right. Okay. Any other questions from council members? Okay, thank you, Mr. Cushing. Next, in our pack was Jose Andre Enriquez. And apologies if I didn't say your last name correctly. Okay. Good evening. Thank
Good
you for
evening.
applying.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be back. I recently graduated from the Leadership Tulare program, where Terry Sayre told us about all the different opportunities in the city of Tulare, this being one of them. I was raised in the city of Tulare, did all K-12 education here, a proud graduate of Tulare Western High School. I know in my essay wrote about it being a full circle moment. A different way that it's a full circle moment. I served on a board when I was 17 here in Tulare as a member on the Teens On Board. So as high school students, we were able to serve on boards. I was at the time on the Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs. And since my youth have been very dedicated to my community, I ended up moving away, got my bachelor's in sociology from UCLA. Have gotten 2 master's degrees, including one from the Harvard Graduate School of Education and Education Policy and Management. And in 2021, moved back to Tulare to lay my roots again in the place that helped me get to where I got both educationally and professionally. Have been using the library back when it was on, I think, H Street in my youth, and now bringing my nieces and nephews coming to, whether it's to use the printing services, because I know we think about the library as just books, having them come to the council chambers and watch a movie, or sending my mom all the different workshops that I think she should take, whether it's the gardening or the macrame day as well, to make sure that we all as community members take advantage of all the different offerings here at the library. I'm interested in the role not to like come in and improve anything, rather to ensure that the library continues to serve its diverse populations and continue to find ways to be the great library that it already is and reach both different sectors of the community, whether that's different generations, students, recent college graduates, all the way through my parents who are, deeper into their years. So again, thank you for having me, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Sure. I'll pose the same question to you, as the schedule for the library board meeting and attendance is important. You don't have any conflicts with the schedule and be able to.
So my
make those.
full-time job is very flexible, so I would be able to make those meetings, and I do travel from time to time for work. But I would say, well, once a month, and those are typically Friday, Saturday trips. So I would say maybe once or twice at most during a calendar year, but even then, I think I'm being super safe in that.
Fantastic. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Jose. We have a fifth applicant, Renee Jimenez. But Renee Jimenez notified our city clerk to withdraw the application for library board. Does that have that correct, Madam Clerk? Yes. Okay, so for candidates, as I understand in this process, is it the motion for the appointment comes from the mayor? Is that the recommendation?
That's correct. Yes, the mayor will put forth the recommendation and the council must confirm
Okay.
that.
You tell us who you're
Yeah,
recommending, and we either consent or we don't consent. So it's all up to you.
sure. In reading the applications, I got to cross paths with Jose Andreniquez with the Leadership Tulare. And I think with that of the background being in Tulare, the background with Leadership Tulare, and the application, that would be my recommendation for appointment.
I'll make a motion to consent to the mayor's selection.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the appointment of Jose Andre Anique. Am I saying that right? I'm sorry to be self-conscious about that. Iniguez, thank you. Iniguez, fantastic. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
The only other discussion, if I may, is that as indicated, I think the other applicants were very much qualified, and I'm sure it was a very difficult decision under the circumstances to
Yeah,
come up with three.
I don't mean to be quick or to off that to the Cushings as well as Patricia Cortez. Yes, as I had said to them in the lobby before the meeting, thank you for applying. Thank you for your interest. As well, Patricia Cortez had put down for other boards. Mr. Cushing had for the library. Did you have other agencies listed, Mr. Cushing, as well? I have that here for the library. Yeah, so with that, so absolutely, as Councilman Maderos is stating, we absolutely appreciate the applications. And when other opportunities or openings come up to serve the community, we would appreciate having you back and bringing your strengths and talents and interest to fill those positions. Okay, well, your recommendation is noted. Her suggestion maybe is noted, yeah. Yes, and touching on that, as we said, with Leadership Tulare, teams on board. And I think as a community, as we've worked through those programs in collaboration, it's a great kind of a preamble towards involvement in the community, as many other avenues are, but in supporting that, I think that's what stood out for me. We have a motion and a second. With that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Our appointments 5-0. Welcome to the library board, and we look forward to your service. Thank you.
Melissa, if I may, there's a process as far as notification is concerned, and that was followed. Is that correct? Can you explain that so that?
That's correct. So there's a legal process. So we're required to post a notice of vacancy once a vacancy occurs. And that's 10 days prior to the appointment. So that did occur. We posted that on our website, but we also share it on our social media. And we advertise continuously for applications as we accept applications all year round. So
The best efforts are made to get as many people to know as possible, and sometimes everyone knows and sometimes they don't. Is
that's
that?
correct.
by nature of what we're dealing with. So the effort is made. So, thank you.
And we did, the clerk had reached out to me as well as timeframes, and with the applicant had, I think it was over a month time period. The issue I know presented wasn't necessarily timeframe, it's just communication,
Yeah.
but we wanted to leave that 4 weeks plus to allow that time. And thank you for catching that and applying to everybody. Okay, do we have any other items or actions for our special session? Seeing none, then I will adjourn our special session and we will convene our regular meeting at 7 PM. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Tulare, staff and fellow council members. Welcome to our City of Tulare City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 19th. Our first item with call to order, and next is Pledge of Allegiance and Invocation. Our invocation will be led by John Meyer, pastor of Calvary Chapel. And if also is our getting tongue-tied here. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Dennis Medeiros. Yes, you first, sorry.
Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor, welcome.
Thank you. Please join me as we pray together. Lord, thank you for your faithfulness, your providential care, your compassions, your mercies that are new every morning. Thank you, Lord, for the access that we have to your very throne of grace, that we might find mercy and grace to help in our time of need and how we need you always. Lord, we're thankful for our city and our families, our businesses, our farms, our dairies, our churches, especially our schools and our kids and teachers that are starting a new school year. Thank you, Lord, for how you bless, how you provide. Thank you for our city's leaders, this council, our mayor, the city managers, the police and fire chiefs, the many volunteers that offer their service and their sweat and tears even. Thank you, Lord, for your providential calling and the gifts and abilities that you give to fulfill them. May we do so that in that day we would hear you say, well done. To that end, we pray for your blessing on all these your servants. As the psalmist says, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain, and unless the Lord keeps the city, the watchmen watch in vain. So we look to you. Bless your servants, Lord. Bless your servants here and these proceedings tonight, this council meeting. Lord, grant wisdom and courage and patience and love, all that is needed. We ask this in faith, again, thankful for the access that we have to your very throne of grace because of Jesus, who came to this earth 2,000 years ago and is coming again. And when he does, may he find us faithful. Amen.
All right, welcome. Next item on our agenda, number 6, is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the city council at this time. State law prevents council from acting on any matter not on the agenda. However, your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This is also the time for the public to comment on items listed under the consent calendar or to request an item from the consent calendar be pulled for discussion purposes. Comments related to public hearing and general business items will be heard at the time those items are discussed. In fairness to all who wish to speak, public comment can be limited to a total of 15 minutes, with each speaker allowed 3 minutes unless otherwise extended by council. Please begin your comments by stating your name and providing just the city of residence. For those that wish to provide public comment while viewing the meeting online, you may call 559-366-1849. There'll be a pause and the clerk will help you with your call. So with that, with public comment, I have not received any yellow cards at this moment, but anyone in chambers that wishes to address the council on public comment? Good evening, welcome. If you please come to the podium.
I thank you all for your time. My name is Rodney Clausen. I live in the Paseo del Lago neighborhood. My neighbors are here with me, standing in common cause. Big concern has arisen in our neighborhood. We all love our neighborhood, and until recently, it was a very safe place for us to raise our families. One of the homes in our neighborhood was purchased by a man down in Southern California about 3 years ago. He left that home vacant until recently, and he's now renting it to Scott's Social Services. Scott's Social Services has placed 6 juvenile delinquent females in that home. And these are young ladies who obviously have had a lot of run-ins with law enforcement in the past. These ladies come from Riverside and San Bernardino County. They're not Tulare County residents. Since they've been in this location, which opened right at or just before July 1st of this year, there have been 46 calls for police services to that home. And that's calls from the residents itself, not from the other neighbors. Among those calls, we've had a 5150 call. That was someone who was mentally a danger to themselves or others. We had a 245 at that residence. That's an assault with a deadly weapon. We had a 261 there. That's a rape or other form of sexual assault that occurred there. We've had numerous physical 415 altercations there. A 601, which is an out of control juvenile. And we've had 22 missing or runaway juveniles at that residence. And this is only in a month and a half. That's an incredible use of police services for just one location. We've never had that kind of law enforcement presence in our neighborhood in the past. I know because I'm a law enforcement officer and have been for 38 years. These juveniles are allowed to come and go from this residence day and night whenever they wish. No accountability. We have Ring camera videos of these kids sneaking out of the house at all hours of the night, trespassing on neighbors' property, hopping neighbors' fences. On one occasion, one of the juveniles went into a neighbor's front yard at 2 o'clock in the morning and stole some baseball-sized rocks out of her yard. Now, what do kids need to do with baseball-sized rocks at 2 a.m.? We have Ring videos of these kids in a neighbor's driveway lighting paper on fire. This occurred at least 2 or 3 times. These kids are loud and obnoxious, yelling and cussing at each other out in the street, using names like bitch and hoe and dropping a lot of F-bombs. That kind of language was never used in our neighborhood around small children before. These kids loiter in front of a neighbor's yard smoking marijuana. They were asked to leave. They refused to do so. It took a counselor more than 20 or 30 minutes to get them back into their group home. They drink alcoholic beverages in the backyard of the group home, and they toss their containers over the fence into a neighbor's backyard. That neighbor has small children with special needs. Recently, and this was last week, I believe Tuesday night, late at night, a big fight broke out in this group home. Some of these juveniles, or at least one of them, came out into the front yard cussing at the top of her lungs. She then proceeded to break all of the glass out of the front door of this residence. Law enforcement was on scene at that location for about 3 or 4 hours. And when that was all said and done, one of the juveniles left in the back of a patrol car, another one left in the back of an ambulance. Mothers in this neighborhood are no longer allowing their children to come out and play because they're afraid, and their children are afraid. One of these mothers reported to me that her children are now having difficulty sleeping at night because of the fear. They live right across the street from this house. The mother with the small children that live next door to this residence, these children have special needs. Now, when her husband is away at work, she is afraid to stay at home with her children, so she packs them up and leaves to a family member's house somewhere else all day long until her husband comes home. That's just wrong. Myself, I was coming home from work one night. One of these juveniles stepped out into the road, steps in front of my car and puts her hands on the hood, much like you see with these protests down in Los Angeles and other places where you see it on the news. Not sure why she did that, but they were trying to wave me down. At first, I thought maybe it was some sort of emergency. But when she looked inside the car and saw that I wasn't who she wanted it to be, she left. One of the council members that works there was standing outside watching this occur. So when I parked my car, I approached her and asked her about it. She proceeded to tell me that that they have a no or a come and go as you please policy for these kids. They're allowed to come and go whenever they want, and they can only report them after they've been gone for more than 3 hours. A lot can happen in 3 hours. And that's where these kids are likely getting the marijuana and the alcoholic beverages that they're using in our neighborhood, is when they take off at will. and return later. 22 missing runaway juveniles there. That means it's been reported that many times to law enforcement. So that's a real problem. Without rules and consequences, these children aren't being helped at all by this group home. If they're not going to set boundaries, if they're not going to enforce rules, they are not helping these kids at all. These kids come from troubled neighborhoods, probably from broken, troubled homes. They're supposed to get help in this group home. You go on the group home website, it talks about how they help kids, but on their website, it's pictures of 10-year-old, 12-year-old girls with smiling faces having a party. That's not what they put in this group home. These are 17, 18-year-old kids with problems, with drug abuse and alcohol abuse problems. Children that have been in trouble with the law, have been arrested, and are there now as wards of the court. So this group home is falsifying what they're putting there, and they're doing nothing to help them. The people that work there get minimal training and are paid minimum wage to watch these juveniles. They have no control over these kids whatsoever. And I've watched that. We've all seen it happen. Law enforcement can attest to that because they've been there 46 times in a month and a half. So it is a real problem. Our neighborhood is very concerned. We're also concerned about the loss of property value. Should we have to move because this neighborhood gets out of control over these juveniles? How much value are we going to lose in the homes that we've worked so hard for when a potential buyer comes in, realizes that there's a group home with this problem? They're not going to pay me what my house is worth. I'm going to have to lose $100 grand on that place in order to move, and then I can't afford to move. So it's really putting us in a real bind here in this neighborhood. What we're saying is a united group here is that this has had a real incredible impact on our neighborhood. It has been a nuisance since the day it opened, and it's a significant hardship for us. And we are urgently requesting that you help us remove this problem from our neighborhood. The guy that owns Scott's Social Services is a very wealthy man. He owns at least 2 of these homes in Bakersfield, one in Visalia or somewhere up in Sacramento, I believe. I doubt he'd let one of these homes into his own neighborhood, but he put one in ours. We didn't get a say in it. Nobody asked us what we thought about it. I know that the city had to have some involvement in the approval of this home. I don't know if it was approved here by city council or by a city department, but somebody had to approve this, and we didn't even get a say in this. Nobody asked us about it. So I'm here to tell you now what's been going on for that month and a half. Thank you guys very much for your time. I welcome any comments you would have on this.
So, well,
Yeah,
just want to
keep
say,
it.
I will, just as mayor in addressing this issue. Thank you to you and your neighbors for presenting this concern. So your voices are heard and your concerns are heard. So with that, and I think to be brief, what I know the city manager wants to address some of the issues and dynamics with the response. So I'll pass it to you first.
Thank you, and I will ask staff to correct me if I misspeak. First of all, I don't disagree with anything the gentleman has said. To my knowledge, all of the facts that he has provided are accurate. I will also say staff is aware of this, obviously, with the police department. They've kept me updated on this issue. These are very challenging issues, as I'm sure you're aware. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I suppose, depends on what your perspective is. The California legislature really ties cities' hands when it comes to these types of transitional housing issues. You may be aware that individuals coming out of drug rehabilitation treatment, individuals coming out of the judicial system, individuals who are suffering from mental illness or behavioral health issues can be placed in these homes, and these homes can be located anywhere. There's very little control the city has. There's not really a permitting process that goes through the city for these types of homes. The constraints the city has in terms of managing these issues is very challenging because the legislature's perspective, and I don't want to say I speak for the legislature, I'm only trying to interpret their perspective, is these individuals have to go somewhere, so they're going to make it that they can go anywhere. And so all cities suffer from this type of situation. There is no limitation, to my knowledge, on the number of homes that could be located in Del Lago or any other part of the city of this nature. We have been, and we are doing research. We have been over the past week doing research to try to better understand what success other jurisdictions have had, what tools may be available to us. We are aware that the individuals who own these types of facilities they have to meet certain requirements for reporting, certain standards that they have to meet with the state. We're going to make sure that they're meeting those standards, and it appears to us that they may not be. We will appeal to the state and any of the agencies that oversee these functions to gain their assistance. I know that there are facilities like this in the community that function without this level of disruption. And, we're going to do everything we can to ensure that that's how they function. But at this point in time, I don't have any good news to share with you other than we are working on the issue and we are committed to working to try to resolve it. And Thomas, please add or correct.
Yeah, I think the thing I want to add very strongly is the city has no land use planning authority over this based on the laws that have been enacted by the legislature. They're not required to go through our site plan review process. They're not even required, and we cannot require a business license from them. So when these types of facilities begin to open and operate, cities often generally don't hear about them until there's calls for service. That's when we even learn that they're in the neighborhoods based on the state laws that we're constrained by.
So am I to understand that the city then has no, had no action then in approving this, that
No.
this was done completely outside of your?
Mario, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The state really has taken group home, the ability for the local agencies to regulate group homes out of the local agency's hands. So it's all state authorized. We can enforce nuisance codes and things that issues are creating. Obviously, the police have been out there for calls for service. As city manager mentioned, if there's any sort of licensing or state approval, we can appeal to those bodies to let them know, hey, if they're supposed to be operating a certain way, they're clearly not, to try to see if they can have those types of permissions revoked. And that's, I think, our best approach, given our limits at the local level.
We're working with the city attorney's office as well.
When
Yeah,
I
well, that's
purchased,
what if I could interject, this is my district, so I take some I don't know what responsibility it would be, but I'm acutely interested in it under the circumstances. But to the extent that we have repeated violations and calls from the police department under the circumstances, to what extent can we start utilizing the courts as it relates to injunctive relief to try to force compliance and make the situation at least more difficult for the individual that's operating it and the homeowner himself? That is an option.
Certainly an option.
If you could explain that so that these people can understand.
So in general, outside of like zoning or anything else, permits that we have to give them, which, as the other Mario explained, it's just not something we can do. Everybody in the whole city has to abide by the general nuisance laws, right? You can't be a nuisance to your neighbor, whatever the activity is. And so that would certainly be available to us based on, the amount of disruption that's out there. It may not be successful, but I think it's a good shot, and it may involve you individually, not necessarily you, but one of your neighbors. But we would certainly work with you if that's what it's going to take.
We have a meeting tomorrow to discuss this issue.
And when I mentioned the word injunctive relief, basically what we're talking about is some type of restraining order can be sought by the courts to force compliance with the rules and regulations. Is that what you're talking about, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, there's basically two options for that. So there's a temporary restraining order, which would basically have the judge order them to operate in a certain way or not do certain things. And then there's a preliminary restraining order, which would be in effect for a longer period of time, usually not around 90 days. But that's what Dennis is talking about, just going through the system.
well, if the city will help us, we are happy, and I am happy to come and speak to a judge or whomever to try to, if we can work together on this, that would be great. I know when I bought my house there, brand new 20 some odd years ago now, I had to sign a document then of restrictions. And one of those things that I signed on was saying that I would not in any way use my property that in any manner that would be a nuisance to others. And they're using this place as a nuisance. It really is a nuisance. So
If you could provide your contact information to the clerk, we'll consider you as the primary source. There will be a point where we probably will need to ask for some assistance from the homeowner.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay. An additional public comment? Are there other members in the chamber? Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. Some of you guys know me. My name is Julio Torres. I've been kind of in and out. My term as National Vice President for LULAC has ended, so I'm going to be home more, so I'm kind of excited about that. Some of you guys may remember my daughter was at St. Al. She used to come here with her little uniform when she was 5 years old. She started her senior year in high school at Tulare Union. She's watching us through Zoom right now for her government class. She asked me to take the agenda for extra credit. So as you guys know, I'm very deeply rooted here in Tulare. And one thing I want to say is thank you. And I'm very excited about everything that I've seen since I've been gone. Every time I come back, something new is coming in. So the new logo, the park being built, and then the business hub. Councilman Sigala took me to go see that new hub for small business. I think that's great. I love the investments and the new ideas that are coming to our city. Anything that I can do to help, that's what I'm here for. I've also invited, I learned about the TASTE program, which I know you guys are going to talk about later. And I've invited some restaurant owners to come and hear and how they can participate. So I just want to thank you all for all the efforts and everything that you're doing for our city. And also as LULAC, and I want to apologize to Chief Inclán. I had told him I was going to make a recognition to him through LULAC, but I just been up and down. But I'm here now, and I'm just saying it publicly. I'm going to be working that. I'm going to be connecting him with our state director so that we can recognize our first Latino Chief of Police. And thank you guys all for everything that you guys have done. I'm very happy with what I'm seeing. I'm excited to hear what you guys are going to do today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to make public comment? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? All right.
Donette?
Yes,
Okay, you can go ahead.
go ahead.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Isherwood and members of council. This is Donette Silva Carter representing the Tulare Chamber of Commerce, and we are very excited to report that we have a big crowd coming on Friday for the State of the City and County event. We will have over 300 people at the International Agri Center to hear the updates on all of the exciting projects that are happening within our area of Tulare, and we are looking forward to that opportunity to have both our mayor and our supervisor share out and to have the Q&A session. We also want to remind everyone that the Tulare Business Innovation Zone is open. Next week, we have invited the Certified Development Financial Institutes to come in and meet with small businesses. So it's a great opportunity for the businesses to learn about the options for financing. For more information, you can give us a call at the chamber, 686-1547, and we'll get you forwarded over to the T-Biz, or you can pop into T-Biz at 425 East Kern Avenue, adjacent to City Hall. We also want to let everyone know that our Youth Ambassador Program, which is a workforce and leadership development program for high school youth, is gearing up for the new school year, and those applications are currently available. Finally, I just want to remind about a couple of programs happening as far as community stewardship here in Tulare. Of course, we have the Tulare County Fair with the grand opening on September the 10th, and we'll have that ceremony along with the Quilts for Patriots that day, starting around 11:45 a.m. And then the following day is the Rotary 9/11 Memorial Blood Drive at the Veterans Memorial Building. So we're looking forward to a lot of other activities as well that'll be happening in the month of September. Thank you for the opportunity and good luck with your meeting tonight. I'll be
Thank you.
watching. Thanks
Thank
so
you for
much.
the report, Donette. All right. So moving forward on the agenda is item 7, which is communications. Mr. Mondell.
No communications.
Okay, next item is council reports and items of interest, and I will start with our Vice Mayor, Mr. Harrell.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Segundo.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions regarding our cooling centers. I wanted to, first of all, say I appreciate the city manager and Manny and all those who responded to my questions last week when we did have a little bit of hot weather and we're trying to figure out, or I was trying to figure out when our cooling centers are kick in and are opened and available to the community. Made some suggestions about opening some a little bit closer in town versus up on Prosperity Park. For those of you who may not be aware, we have one official cooling center, which is the, I don't know what you call it, the room. I mean, it's a snack bar or whatever at Prosperity Park that's available for people. And then there's the 2 buses that are available at the encampment. And so the city council a couple of years ago had a policy discussion about when they would be opened. And it was determined by the city council that anytime it hit 103 degrees, we would open the cooling centers. And I think one of the things that I wanted to just to bring up as a item of interest is to really ask if there's been any updates. I know that Manny shared with me that at the homeless camp, they had been open since Thursday. And then I heard from the fire chief that it had to be 103 degrees, according to the National Weather Service. And I think that's one of the things that I wanted to see if there was any clarification, because all of us have a phone that has a weather app on it, right? And we push the button and it tells us it's going to be 90 degrees, 30 degrees, 120 degrees, whatever. That I'm hoping that we can kind of get a better idea as to when they get triggered, because according to my app, starting tomorrow, it's going to be over 105 till Sunday. You know, it's going to hit 109 on Saturday and Sunday. But again, things change. It may not be 109, it may be 107. So I just want to make sure that that there's been this conversation where all the folks that trigger the cooling centers are aware as to when they're open. When it was 105 degrees last week on a Saturday, when I went to go visit the cooling center, it was 105 on my phone, but according to the weather service, it was 102. Technically, I guess that's what I found out. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because it is going to be hot the next couple of days.
I'll be happy to share with council. So there are 2 different cooling centers. The one at Prosperity Sportsplex is considered, they both are open to anyone in the public, but the one at the Prosperity Sportsplex is really by and large the individuals who are not related to the encampment. People in the encampment can go to both. People that are in the public could go to both, but typically the one at Prosperity is utilized by residents of the city that are not typically at the encampment. And the reason for that is because the 2 buses at the encampment are within close proximity. You can walk out of your tent and walk right into the bus. You don't have to have transportation. We have provided transportation in the past to the guests at the encampment to the Prosperity Sportsplex, and very few of them elected to go, partly because they couldn't take their dogs into the facility. Another difference between the facilities is at Prosperity, we have to have park staff managing it as well as a security guard. So there's additional costs. Since we've opened the Prosperity Cooling Center, we've had under 70 individuals have used that facility in all of the time that it's been open. So it's not widely used. We have utilized the National Weather Service as the source of information for the temperature for Prosperity. That's not what we use for the buses. For the buses, anything that we see anywhere, whether it's on our phones or some other source that says it's going to be 103, we open the buses. And it's very easy to open the buses, and in particular because the individuals in those buses are living in tents. So they're living in tents in a dirt area. And so it's very easy for us to open up those buses for them. And they're used pretty regularly by the guests at the encampment, as we've been tracking it over time, not just over this past weekend. And so that's the way we've gone about it. If council wants to give us direction, do something different, we may need to agendize that for future discussion.
Well, and I appreciate that. I'm looking at my phone, it's going to be 103, starting Thursday till 109, 107, 105. So what I would hope is that you as a city manager and staff and leadership would make that audible call and say, hey, you know what? I don't have to wait to get to council and this and that. People are hot. It's hot. We were going to open up the cooling center. So now I'm confirmed that there's two different triggers. There's the, hey, we think it's hot. We're going to open up the buses, and then we have to wait for the National Weather Service. So what I'm hoping is that we can combine to one common trigger. And I would hate on Saturday, and then the fire department can confirm. I drove around Saturday and I saw no less than 3 emergencies of people knocked out on the street because of the heat exhaustion. And so I would hope that we don't have to wait till a council agenda item to come. I mean, that's a bigger policy, but common sense would be, if it's going to be hot, let's open up the cooling center, which could be in a different location, but that's a whole different conversation, that you have the purview to do that. I know there's some costs to do that.
Councilmember Segala.
So I just wanted to say,
I just want to be clear, especially for members of the public. This is reports of items of interest. So I just want to caution, when you're giving direction against an existing city policy, your comments are welcome, but I just want to clarify, is you're asking and you're giving direction during an item that's not agendized, of just items of interest.
well, it is an item of interest for me not to see people sprawled out on our streets because it's hot.
Yes, but our city staff articulated to you the policy, which
Right.
was your question.
And I know
For the
that,
Prosperity Sports Park, they use the national weather, and it's to be 103. For the cooling center, over there, for the buses at the encampment, it is to be 103, but yes, it's relative to temperatures. It's also a more relative subjectivity to what you're asking, that they could open at that time. So the city manager gave the policy. We've answered the questions. I just want to be cautious that we're in our agenda. Now you're moving towards direction on a subjective component.
I understand.
Please be careful about that.
So I understand. So all I ask is, we do give our city manager a lot of latitude on a lot of things, and I hope that this is one of the things that he considers. Thank you.
Councilman Maderos.
I have nothing to report or items of interest as it relates to community events.
Councilmember Sarah.
Neither do I.
Okay, so for opening is want to give the congratulations to our 9-year-old group from the Tulare Baseball Association, who won the Cal Ripken World Series Championship, representing Tulare on that international stage. So congratulations to them. I'm hoping, and reached out to TBA, that we will have them here at our September 2nd. I think I have that date right. It's our next council member, our next council meeting. The clerk, and recognize those champs. Also is tonight, I'm gonna embarrass him at the beginning instead of the end, is our own Michael Miller's birthday. Happy birthday, Mike. We've got the state of the city, as Donette Carter from the chamber touched on this Friday. And this last week, last Saturday, it was exciting to be at the grand open of Immunity Labs. Shout out to Eddie Zanuga and Moses Torres. Great guys that opened that new business of Immunity Labs. It was a welcome to our community, and was there to shake their hand and give them congratulations. And we also had Supreme Cabinets, which was the opening. I wasn't there at Supreme Cabinets, and there was a few other exciting events, but new businesses opening. I want to give those groups a shout out and congratulations. Okay, any other items to note? All right, moving forward on our agenda is number 9, consent item. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted in one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Council members, do we have any recommendations on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to have number 9.8 for the presentation of that item. If there are no other consent calendar items, then I would move to adopt consent calendar, the consent calendar minus 9.8. So 9.1 through 9.9.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second for approval of the consent calendar with 9.1 through 9.9, removing 9.8. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent calendar approved. 9.8, Councilman Segala.
Mr. Mayor, Council, and public, I wanted to see if we can do a quick presentation on this. I know our Economic Development Director, Ms. Gomez, does a great job every month of providing us an update with what's going on in our city. Today we had Mr. Torres talk about the things that he's experienced. So having a great crowd here, we'll be able to show how Tulare is growing and how we're supportive of our businesses. So that's the request.
Thank you, council members. Yeah, just a update. This is my monthly economic development bulletin that I've submitted for your acceptance. This is for the month of July. July was a really great month with building permits. We had 241 building permits issued, most of those residential. And that had a total value of those permits being over $21 million. So a lot of great improvements people are making to their homes and adding value to this community. We had 24 new business licenses issued last month. And so those are either brand new businesses or opening at another location, or perhaps businesses that just failed to have a business license previously. So that's good that, again, more businesses growing here in the community. And then I also provided an update with our active projects that are happening around town. This one doesn't really change that much month to month because these projects are often things that take months or years to complete. But it is helpful, I think, for the community to see all of the projects that are happening around town. Some of the things we list on here is the construction of the new International Agri Center Way interchange and the extension that's going to be happening out there. We list various single family and multifamily residential homes on this so people can see again how much we're growing and how much is being developed throughout the city. And then I also highlight some commercial development that is actively being constructed at this time. And the last thing I have on here is any site plan applications that we reviewed in the previous month. We had just a couple new items this last month. Otherwise, a lot of times things that come through the site plan review are resubmittals, things that come back, maps change, plans change, and so we review them again. But I don't indicate those duplicate submissions on here just to highlight the new things. And so, yeah, so a lot of activities going on right now, and I'll do this every month for you so you continue to see how we're growing.
Great. Well, Mr. Mayor, Council, that's pretty much what I just wanted to take this opportunity for that. I think the public would see that we're growing. We're working very hard to attract a number of businesses. I know off of Cartmill and 99, we'll have a Maverick gas station and a Chick-fil-A coming in soon. And then we'll have a number of other businesses coming to Tulare. And tonight we'll talk a little bit about downtown. So I wanted to thank Ms. Gomez for her presentation. And unless there's any other questions, and I'll move to adopt 9.8.
We have a motion and a second to receive the update of economic development. Thank you for the highlights. Great report. Any other discussion from council members? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
9.8 approved. We'll move forward to item 10, public hearing. Comments related to public hearing items are limited to 3 minutes per speaker for a maximum of 30 minutes per item unless otherwise extended by council. For those that wish to provide public comment while viewing the meeting online, you may call 559-366-1849. Again, to anybody viewing outside of the council chambers, there will be a delay and the clerk will help you with your call. Moving forward to 10.1, actions pertaining to farmland mitigation. Mr. Gaffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. Back in April, you'd adopted the farmland mitigation ordinance, and since then, staff have been working on implementation. As a reminder, the goal of this initiative and the update to the ordinance was to be able to use the buffer farmland around the wastewater treatment plant for a potential conservation easement. Because again, that limits the land use in perpetuity. And the idea of doing the conservation easements on the city-owned property is a much more straightforward process than when a developer comes in and has to attempt to obtain a conservation easement on the open market or record it on their own property. So some of the steps we followed, staff engaged an appraiser to come up with a market value on the 580 acres of city-owned ag land surrounding the wastewater treatment plant. We also advertised an RFQ for an organization to manage the easement process. We had one response from that, which is Great Valley Land Trust, and I have representatives here this evening. And we began working with the Land Trust to provide the city a cost proposal. So with that, action one that you see on your staff report is a recommendation from staff to approve a per acre fee for the recordation of these easements at $6,500 an acre. And that number, as described in the staff report, is based on the appraised value of the land, the cost of the land trust's management of the easement in perpetuity, and then city staff costs and other direct costs associated with that. Action two is then a recommendation from staff to approve the agreement with Great Valley Land Trust to manage the easement process across these city-owned parcels. Finally, action three is a request from staff to provide direction on the recordation of those easements. In working with Great Valley Land Trust on the different options for how and when the easements could be recorded, it's most efficient and most cost effective to do it on a per parcel basis. And then when you look at the table that's shown at the top of page 2 of your staff report for anticipated development, that's well over 600 acres. And so with that, staff have a recommendation that the city actually proceed now with recording the easements on all of the city-owned parcels surrounding the wastewater treatment plant. This then creates an internal bank of parcels with the conservation easement on them, so that when a development comes in that needs to obtain a conservation easement, they would pay the city fee, and then the city would facilitate a recordation to reflect that easement is recorded. So if we proceed with that process, staff would then go out to BPU for budgetary approval, because we would recommend that it be funded from the wastewater fund, since that's where the land is housed. But we're coming to council first because obviously we need that direction before we go to BPU. Sorry, I know this is a very clunky land use topic, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any other things I was just saying if there's any other items to add from staff. Okay. So with that, we have a public hearing. I will open the public hearing for 10.1 actions pertaining to farmland mitigation. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to this policy? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? Wait a moment. With that, I'll close the public hearing. And council members, do we have questions? And I will start with our Vice Mayor, Mr. Harrell. Okay. Councilmember Sayer. Mr. Maderos?
Just not so much inquiry, but as council and staff know, I've been involved in this from as far as drafting, working with Mario and I from the very beginning. And it's ironic that the appraisals we got initially when this first came to council was almost identical to where we ended up. But the way it was presented in the beginning really didn't go to the heart of the issue, which it does now. What we have with the ordinance that's been approved is a means by which we have these three different components to establish how we will market this property. And when our assistant city manager indicated that we're establishing a bank of land that developers can use to come and purchase property, that's the ideal situation that's been created, in my opinion. The easement fee, I believe, is appropriate, the $2,500 per acre. The $2,000 per acre on the administrative fee is also, and that can be sold as we go on. But I do agree with the concept that we take from the wastewater treatment plant fund, the endowment cost, which is roughly $1 million that is put on all of the land, and that starts the banking process. And in essence, it's an investment that we as a community are making in this land to set up a situation to make it easy for development in the future. And I know this has to go back to the Board of Public Utilities, but as Thomas indicated, they can't make decisions until we give direction as it relates to an approval as it relates to this. So this $6,500 fee that'll be marketed at it in the future is appropriate, and I would support putting an endowment with the Great Valley Land Trust on all of the property that the city owns, so that we can have that in place and not be in a position to where over and over and over again, as that land expands, we have to go back to Great Valley Land Trust and renegotiate each time. If we do it once, we have it over with, and it's a good economic investment to make.
Councilman Segal?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I asked our city clerk if she can put up the map that's in the staff report regarding the land that is being identified. I in particular, there you go, thank you. I wanted to make sure, I know I brought this up during our conversations we had before, and I was assured that the land in the top right corner, which is the southeast corner of Varsity and West, 13, 15 acres or so, would not be part of this process. So I just wanted to confirm, because that's an area that I'm really focusing on to try to develop some commercial development on the west side. You know, there isn't much land available on the west side there's no McDonald's. I don't know if anybody here's been on the west side lately, but no McDonald's, no national chains, nothing on the west side. So I'm looking to try, other than mom and pop restaurants, which we go to, but nothing national. So I like to make sure that that corner is not part of this discussion, and I don't want to find out that we sold it.
Yeah,
Later on.
That is correct. I'm double checking the agreement.
nothing in blue is included in this project.
Okay, so I
Only
wanna
the
make
brown area, the tan areas.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because there's two significant areas, so I just want to make sure. So the blue is
Yes.
not part of the trust. Okay,
Yeah, if you were to scroll up on the map, it would provide that information for you.
great. All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay. With that, staff, do you have any other additional comments?
I just want to provide one quick comment. I want to thank Councilmember Maderos for I think when we first brought it, pointing out some perhaps flaws in the strategy or approach we were taking. And so I think we have a much more well-rounded approach. I want to thank staff for all their hard work. We had a lot of staff working on this project. This is a very novel idea that we haven't seen really anyone in the Central Valley do it. I'm going to make a prediction that once this goes forward and we have some success with it, we will see other cities following in our footsteps, because this is a very good way to encourage development in your community. And finally, I'd like to say, it's not just the dollars that we will receive from this fee that will go back into that fund that will be used to continue to buy land around the treatment plant, hopefully. and continue to perpetuate this program. But when those projects, when those easements are placed on this land, enabling those development projects to go forward, it's those development projects, right, that bring additional revenue and services to the city. It's those subdivisions that bring new parks and new roads and bring new impact fees and property tax revenue. And of course, those individuals that live in those homes will be buying goods in our community and generating sales tax revenue. So it's a very good economic tool. At the same time, it meets the goals, which is to preserve farmland elsewhere. So it's a very good, simple strategy. It's just a little complex to get your head wrapped around it to get to this place tonight. So very excited and very grateful to council for your support.
One last comment. In discussing the matter with developers, Craig Smith's here. I discussed it with him. I want to thank Craig. Dolores Taylor's also here, who is the executive director of Great Valley Land Trust. And I utilized, and Mario and I talked about this, I think, at some point or another, but the concept of how the easement would affect land values and how we would deal with this was actually very interesting from a real property standpoint. And but it took others who were involved to arrive at the situation we're at right now. And with that in mind, if the mayor will allow me, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution adopting a per acre fee for agricultural conservation easements, approve a conservation services and contribution agreement with Great Valley Land Trust in the amount of $1,095,000, and provide staff direction on the subsequent recordation of conservation easements under the circumstances.
Second the motion.
Okay. Council, we have a motion and a second on 10.1, actions pertaining to farmland mitigation, which the motion included action item number 1, 2, and 3 as read by Councilman Maderos. Is there any other discussion? Okay, with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 10.1 is approved. General business, item 11. If perhaps staffs and council, I know we have members in the public that are here that I was told specifically for 11.2 downtown Tulare assistance for small town eateries. Would it be all right, or if council would have any objection if we bumped up 11.2 and started with that program? Or that item on the agenda? Are we okay with that? All right, so staff, we're gonna move to 11.2 first, which is downtown Tulare assistance for small town eateries, taste program. Jennifer Gomez, our economic development director.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor, Council. I appreciate everyone showing up tonight for this exciting new program. I wanted to start by just saying, many historic downtown buildings, including those in Tulare, often remain vacant because they do not meet current building codes. And so bringing them up to code, particularly for restaurant use, requires costly upgrades such as seismic reinforcement, fire safety systems, accessibility improvements, and of course, commercial kitchen equipment. These expenses often discourage investment and therefore limiting dining options and slowing economic activity. The restaurant and food service industry is vital to a thriving downtown, drawing visitors, creating jobs, and generating tax revenue. The money spent by those customers circulates within our community, supporting local businesses, suppliers, and farmers. This creates a positive multiplier effect, leading to economic growth. Additionally, local eateries often showcase dishes reflecting a community's unique culinary traditions and diversity, preserving heritage while encouraging creativity and innovation in the culinary arts. The community not only enjoys delicious meals, but also actively contributes to the economic prosperity, social cohesion, and cultural richness of Tulare. So to encourage this type of investment, we have developed the Downtown Tulare Assistance for Small Town Eateries TASTE program. It is a 2-year initiative designed to support the renovation, expansion, and establishment of eating establishments within a defined downtown target area. This incentive program will help offset rehabilitation costs, support the code required improvements, some infill development, and encourage private investment in their fixed assets. This initiative also builds on the success of the city's previous rehabilitation grant program, which brought multiple buildings up to code, attracted new businesses, and increased both foot traffic and revenue in our downtown. The TASTE program would allocate up to $1 million in total funding, distributed as a combination of reimbursable grants, which would be 20% of the funding, and also forgivable loans, which would be the other 80%. Funding would be awarded on a first come, first served basis until it's fully allocated. And applications will be evaluated within 3 project categories. The first would be new construction, which would be the forgivable loan request, which would be up to $250,000. Second category is existing building and space for tenant improvements. That could be a forgivable loan or a grant request. And the third would be existing building space for no tenant improvements, and those would be grants that would be funded up to $20,000. Staff recommends that council approve the guidelines and application, and also establish a review committee to evaluate any applications that are submitted. And so we are recommending to include on that committee myself and Gladys Gonzalez from the Economic Development Department, Donette Silva Carter from the Chamber of Commerce, John Harmon from the Tulare Downtown Association, and we'd also request a council member be on this as well. So we would seek your approval and appointment of a council member to this committee. And that's pretty much everything about this. I'm excited.
Okay. First, what I'll do with staff presentation is I'll also look for public comment. This isn't a public hearing, but we'll open to public comment on 11.2 for any of the comments, for the public's comments or questions on the Downtown Tulare Assistance for Small Town Eateries TASTE program. Is there anyone in chambers who would like to comment on this program? Mr. Harmon, welcome.
Good evening, John Harmon, Tulare Downtown Association. If I could, I'd like to ask a question. Jennifer, on the second category, to what level would that be funded?
Let's
Is
see.
that 250,000 as well?
Yeah, for the forgivable loans, that would be up to the 250,000.
All right, great. I just wanted to comment and say that this initiative has gained a lot of recognition. I've had 2 people approach me about restaurants so far. So I think we're on the right path as far as rebuilding the downtown goes. I'd love to see this pass. I'd like to see city council behind it, like to see who we're going to be working with. And we have a really dynamic downtown. Just to share with you real briefly, this last weekend, we did a thrift store extravaganza. So it was a walk. We had 9 thrift stores that were part of this walk, but we had 12 other businesses that participated. And to be able to see a couple more restaurants down there and some other stuff would be fantastic for events like this. We estimate we drew between 800 and 1,000 people to the downtown over the course of 2 days. So I could see similar success if we have more restaurants down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Is there anyone else in chambers? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I'm new in town. I just came in last year. And as John was talking about the restaurants, I am the one that used to be back in the days Pargo, and then after that, Mariscos Costa Azul. And right now,
Excuse me, could you identify yourself?
oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Adolfo Leiva. I coming from Fresno, California. Actually, I'm Mexican, but I came from Fresno last year. So when I came to this town, I love the town, but I see there's a lot of needs in the town. So right at this moment, I'm trying to get all the situated first. So we got all the permits, and then I start listening to a lot of the community people that they are in need of jobs and also food and homes and all that. So we started doing a program of bringing them food. And then I started giving to the elders breakfast on Sundays. Then I started doing it also every day for them to come and eat for free breakfast. There's the only bad thing about it is very hard for me because I'm alone. I'm the only one person in the business. I had to buy the liquor license and all the permits and all that, which is very hard to stay up. The building needs a lot of repairs since I got there. There's two sections of the restaurant. One of them is completely not in use for people to come in and eat because of the air conditioning. It has 3 units which are not working. They're old and they're never been fixed or repaired. So that section is closed. So we start using it to bring food for the community, and then we pass it out to the community. I thought it was gonna be okay helping 50, 60 people at once, but it turned out that it was, the first day, it was 150 people, and then it started growing up to 660 people, which it turned out a big mess in the parking lot area. And then the police was showing up, code enforcement started showing up for that situation, which I never thought it was gonna be that big. We start bringing trucks, loads, big semi of truckloads of food for the community. So we had to stop because of the city, the parking lot belongs to the city, and also we were blocking businesses around us because the community, they were coming early. The food is distributed at 2 o'clock. People were showing up at 9 in the morning, parking in all the area and blocking, of course, the other businesses' installments. So we had to stop to do that. We're trying to find a way how to manage that. I have a couple of meetings with Mario about it, and it's, he's trying to help me, and we want to know what else we can do, besides on my side, trying to open the other side of the restaurant.
Do you feel that the smaller grants would benefit you? There was some examples mentioned that help with stoves or materials or items inside, or do you find that the bigger grants to help with the building improvements?
Yes, yes. When I came to this restaurant, I thought it was everything functional. When I came in, we had to get rid of a lot of the refrigerators that were broken and not useful. There's still some in there. I'm trying to see if I can someday get them fixed, but they need to be completely replaced. So there was a lot of stuff, stoves and things like that on the back of the restaurant that they're not supposed to be there. So luckily, John was able to help me out to get that area. It is clean now, and it has fence because a lot of the homeless people was sleeping on the bushes and also under those materials and stuff. So the back areas is nice and clean now, but also we would like to fix the restaurant so we can keep on helping, because I want to keep on bringing breakfast to the elders and also for the kids and people that is in need for that. But it's just very difficult for me because I thought the money that I had to run the business was gonna be good enough, and it's not. Right now, I spoke to the landlord to see what we could do, because they said the only way you're gonna make this business grow and be functional, you need to open the restaurant side, because I'm using the bar side as a restaurant. So they said, you need to open that side, and I go, it is easy to say, open it.
No, thank you. I'm just because of time.
Yes.
But one, thank you for bringing your business to Tulare. And you had said you're working with John Harmon and you're working with Jennifer Gomez. Do you have his contact information?
No, I don't.
The Community Development Department does,
okay.
and just for the record, a for-profit restaurant, right, that's meeting the zoning requirements makes sense. A free food kitchen, soup kitchen to feed the homeless doesn't work in that zoning. So what we're talking about, this program is not a program intended to be able to provide free meals. This is a program that's intended to provide dollars towards restaurants that are going to be providing serving meals in accordance with the zoning. So just want to make sure for the record, because you shared your passion, but we're talking about the business aspect of downtown. Okay.
Yes,
Where is the location of your?
this one is right here on J Street between Tulare and Cross Avenue. Back in the days, I believe it was called Pargos. I met the previous owners of that.
It's in the
And
towers.
it's right here in Downtown
Yeah.
Association by the Tower Plaza.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we have that building, like you said, it needs to be repaired for as a facility for customers. I promote a lot. I used to work for the Campesina radio stations here in town, and I'm very well known to do promotions and promoting and also helping the community with the Cesar Chavez Foundation. And I was glad to meet the Torres family that we known each other for many, many years. And so all I want to do is fix this area because people come from all over. I got friends, big artists that they drive by and they stop like she was mentioning, and they want to spend money and eating and then keep on going. And that's a nice area because they're exit on J Street from the freeway and keep on going back to the freeway again. So the location is excellent for that. But like I said, I cannot provide the excellent service with the restaurant because of the all those things that they need to be fixed, stoves, the hoods. I just repair one, just like, to get it going. But the AC units, those are the things that they really need to be fixed. That's what the main thing that keeps me that side closed.
Okay.
And it's been closed since May of last year.
I just want to leave room for others to speak in
Mhm.
case there's more.
Yes.
Again, if there's other information, I want to say thank you for your input and thank you for sharing that. And you said we have the contact information.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so sir, we'll surely be in touch and working with the Torres as well. We'll have our city staff definitely stay in touch with you on that.
Thank you so much, and I hope you guys, it is open, so if anybody would like to go and have a meal today, right now, we try to help the community, so we have a $1 taco Tuesdays. Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Torres.
Yes.
Well, I think the name of the program, it's very thoughtful. I have a question. Is there an area where this program qualifies for? Like, is there a specific area?
Yeah, Jennifer, you want to review that? It's basically, right, it's K Street. Mhm.
Description. Yes, it's for parcels that are along K Street and L Street between San Joaquin Avenue and Kern Avenue, as well as parcels along Tulare Avenue and Kern Avenue between J and K Street. So it is a very specific area. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
So like
Inside the red.
inside the
bound-
red.
Yeah.
So that Tower District on his restaurant, would he qualify for that? Or is he outside?
The Tower District is outside of it.
And I'm just curious if you guys know there's a restaurant there before he was there. Why is that excluded? Is there a possibility to include that restaurant? And then there's another one on Tulare, the old J.C. Penney building. Is that in the area?
Yeah, council has the ability this evening, of course, to modify it as it sees fit.
Okay.
For example, if it wants to include the area that is what you just referred to, that you can see that the J.C. Penney building currently is excluded. It could be easily included tonight, as well as the balance of the Tower Square site. We were trying to focus the area in around K Street. As I look at this map now, I think we should have included the parcels on the other side of K Street, but
Yeah, I can clarify that is the intention. So maybe the map's just not drawn well. For like along K Street, it would include the parcels on the west side of K Street there. And same along Tulare, East Tulare Avenue there, it would include the parcels that go up to J Street. If they are on face Tulare Avenue up to J Street, those would be included as well.
So we would just probably want to say it's from J Street to the west to L Street to the east, from San Joaquin to the north to Kern to the south, unless council wants to expand it further. I know there are some properties that are north of San Joaquin, for example, all the way up to Cross that may want to be considered, as well as extending L Street up further. So we're open tonight, however council wants to modify the program. I just wanted to make sure we didn't include, as we're working on the P-bid process, the map that we use for downtown, like in the downtown master plan, and the map we started about with for the P-bid was J Street to the west, N Street to the east, Cross to the north, and Inyo to the south. But we received complaints from several of the residential property owners who don't want to be part of the P-bid, so we cut them. We're in the process of cutting them out of the P-bid, so we felt like it made sense to cut them out of this because they're not going to have a restaurant necessarily in the residential zones.
Okay. Mr. Torres, any other?
So with that, if council would consider those areas, because I know these business owners, they're investing hundreds of thousands of dollars into these businesses, sometimes with struggles, with no support. It's just hard sweat. And you know, you guys talk about tighten up your bootstraps. These guys never heard of grants. And that's why I've invited them. I've invited several business owners. And thank you for recognizing Supreme Cabinet. They're also here because they're also thinking about opening up a restaurant. Unfortunately, I was out of town. There was an incident that happened in front of our building. There was a shooting or something. So that building has become vacant. They're considering to turning that into a restaurant. I was also considering to turning our business, the Rooks building, into a restaurant. So that would mean I would have built restrooms and the whole kitchen. So I've actually been looking into that as well before I knew about this taste program, which I think it's great. So if I saw the organizations that you guys have as who's going to be approving or looking into these things, I would ask if you guys could include the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber into that, just so that we can have some Hispanic overview on businesses, because they have an insight on these type of businesses and they can get the message out. So I called all these guys this morning. There's a council meeting. Most of us, it took me a long time to understand what a council meeting is and that the city is actually here to support businesses who want to invest in the city. And I think that's something that you guys are doing that is great. And more restaurants in downtown will help even the park that we have invested in. So all that, it's a great investment. So if you guys could, when you guys talk about the map, consider those businesses, because they are already investing out of their own pocket, out of their own sweat equity, and any support that the city can provide. And I'll tell you guys, we did get a grant from the city for our building and we renovated. We made a commitment to use our building for nonprofits to use. We've fulfilled that commitment, and thank you for the city for that. So I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Council, as you're continuing to contemplate, I would make a recommendation that we change the map to include all the properties from J Street to the west, M Street to the east, Cross to the north, and Inyo to the south. I think that would make it the most simple and would capture pretty much everything we're thinking. Yes.
Yeah, my interest was, we have the airplane business. Don LeBaron owns the airplane, but there's a Mexican restaurant there now, and across the street is Hazel's restaurant that Daniel Enriquez has. And whether they choose to participate or not, those restaurants should be included in this program. So to the extent that that's the case, we'll have to work on that, is basically what you've indicated based on the recommendation.
So with that, is there any other public comment? Would you like to address council? Okay, welcome. Good evening. If you'd please just state your name and city of.
My name is Dora Marmolejo, and my partner and I are also working on a building. It's on the southwest corner of Tulare and J Street. And we've been investing a lot of money in rehabbing this building. And so I do want to thank you so much for considering expanding the map and, taking into considerations all these needs. Rebuild or remodeling these buildings, we face a lot of challenges because they haven't been used in a long time and they haven't been used for the purpose that we want to use them. And so that corner right there, I want to thank you so much for including that in the map. And that is intended for a restaurant that is going to offer international dishes. So it's not going to be just, Mexican food or it's gonna be international, and we are planning to create about 50 jobs in that location. The place is 12,000 square feet, and so it's gonna be big enough to have a very nice location. And with the help, I think we can do something really, really beautiful in that corner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you
Any
would,
questions? Yes.
just to make sure that your name came across, would you please give your contact information to the clerk?
Yes.
So especially on this topic, we could stay in touch with you. If you
Absolutely.
wouldn't mind, just giving your name, phone number to the clerk, that'd be
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So bringing the discussion to council, any other council members, comments or questions? I'll start with the vice mayor, Mr. Harrell.
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Segala?
Yes, a couple items, but thank you for the city manager for expanding the map. I think that makes a lot better sense. Thank you, Mr. Torres, for the suggestion. It encompasses more. I mean, we got VIP Pizza, we have the Lucky Chinese restaurant that's in the Tower District. We lost the Pho 99, but hopefully other restaurants will come in. So I think that's a great move. I had a question in particular, following up on the suggestion. I wanted to, the one thing I talked about last time was kind of the transparency part of it. And I'm glad that there's going to be a little more transparency in this particular program than what we did but previously downtown. But I wanted to get an answer from, I don't know from who, as to the rationale for having a council member on the committee. I know that in the past, the concern has been to not involve council. We weren't involved in the last round. And there was, the thought that you don't want to involve council because it would become more political than it should be. So I'm trying to understand the reason why.
Yeah.
A recommendation for one council member.
Sure.
I would rather give up the slot to the chamber and not have a council member on there.
So last time it wasn't staff's suggestion to not have council involved, it was council's prerogative to not be involved in the process. Because again, in order for council to be involved, we have to advertise those discussions. So every time we wanted to consider an application, it'd have to come before council. Then it would be public, because remember, when we're reviewing applications, we're reviewing a lot of information about the applicants too, right? And so it's not necessarily ripe to be the public process at that point. If council as a whole is the body that's going to approve it, it is a completely public process at that point with everybody that comes forward. I'm not saying there's a problem with it. I'm just saying it's a little bit cumbersome versus council establishes the clear parameters and the committee just follows the parameters that council has established. You'll recall last time there were a couple projects that didn't fall right within the parameters. So we brought those back to council to get council's direction on whether you wanted to fund them. The reason why we're recommending now that a council member sits is frankly, Councilmember Scala, it's in relation to your comment. At the previous meeting, you said you would like the process to be more transparent and you felt like council should have, or I got a sense that maybe council should have some involvement or direct oversight of it. And so I thought, well, okay, if we have the parameters which council approves and we add one council member, perhaps that would make, that would be the difference between the last process and this process, that perhaps having one council mayor at council's discretion would make council feel that they had more oversight, more involvement, more transparency. That individual could report back out at the council meetings on the process. I mean, last time I used the weekly report to do that. I'll do that again this time. But that adds one more layer of communication that we didn't have last time. That was the reason.
Thank you for that. I think I understood. I mean, I guess I misunderstood the previous reason why all council members couldn't be part of it, and you explained the process. But I think for me, it's either we're all involved or we're not involved. So that would be my recommendation for council to consider, that we appoint the Tulare Kings Latino Chamber to be a fifth member of that board versus one council member. The other thing I had was the timing of the grants. I appreciate the involvement that staff has put into all of the eligibility, not eligibility criteria, paperwork. You have to be this, you have to be that, you have to be here, you have to be there. So there's a lot of cumbersome things that it would take for someone to qualify. And so what I'm concerned about is if we were to approve this grant program tonight and start issuing the applications next day, and people applying that day or the following day, that there could be a disadvantage for some of the businesses that may not have all their ducks in a row. So what I'm trying to figure out, is there anything that would impede this program from kicking off January 1st, March 1st? I mean, why would it be sooner than later? Because the criteria, it's a lot to deal with. You know, a lot of the paperwork you have to come up with, a lot of if you have a landlord, you got to track down your landlord to sign off on it. So I'm just trying to understand if there's anything that would jeopardize. I mean, I'm a supporter of the program, but is there any reason why we couldn't start it, say, January 1st, to give people a chance to put all those things in order?
Yeah,
Well-
sorry.
Well, we try to address that by allowing it to be a 2-year program, right? So those who may not have any knowledge of it and may not know about it until the Sun Gazette issues its article, would go, oh my God, holy geez, this is exciting, I want to be involved. Let me start finding a building. And that might take them a 3-month process, for example, to do that. And we don't anticipate this money is going to be gone in 3 months. Like the first program, I mean, some of that money still hasn't been expended yet, right? So it has been more than 2 years for the first program. And so that's why we extended it over a lengthy time period, give everybody a chance. But we also, you'll recall, have at least one project that's interested in moving forward sooner or later. I don't know that project will be eligible ultimately. Depends on what council guidelines are created. But I do know that particular project has some specific timelines involved. I don't think that project could wait till January. So in my mind, we're giving you the best of both worlds. We're allowing the projects that are ready to go or soon to be ready to go to happen sooner than later and get that investment in our downtown and not miss that opportunity, as well as the projects that are just on the drawing boards. Those projects will be able to be submitted as well. And keep in mind, just because somebody's aware of the project, I don't think the requirements are frankly cumbersome. I mean, if you went to go to the bank to get a loan, your underwriting requirements would be significantly more than what we have listed here. These guidelines are very similar, almost exactly the same as the original program, which served us really well. So we're kind of thinking, why reinvent the wheel?
Right. So I think, and then we'll go to the next round. I mean, once the other council members, I have a couple more questions. But I think for me, I know that at the last time when this was introduced, there was a recommendation to fund a particular project. It was in the staff report that was an option council had. And so what I'm trying to understand, how the genesis of this program came about, if there's someone that needs the money right away, then, why not just bring it to council and have us directly vote on whether we should provide that project that was here, the money directly? Because my concern is, again, there's probably 2 or 3 projects, big projects they're not going to wait 2 years. They're going to be applying in the next couple of days or weeks. And so what I'm concerned is that let's give everybody a fair shot and say, hey, starting January 1st, you can apply. And so, but if there's an urgency from that one particular business venture, then I would say agendize it to council and have the council directly decide whether to give them the $250,000 or not, for their particular project. So I just want to make sure that people have the opportunity to apply, and that I don't think this program is going to last 2 years, frankly. I think the money will be gone in the first 6-9 months. So that was one thing. So again, I'm not sure why we would need to rush it. I think January 1st, kicking it off would be an appropriate time. But I'll leave it at that. I had a couple more items, but out of courtesy, we'll leave it to the rest of the council if you want to do another round.
Okay. So, Councilman Maderos?
just the particulars in here. I know on page 5, forgiveness criteria, it indicates the loan will be forgiven in full the earlier of the business, the loan will be forgiven in full the earlier of the business generates sales tax revenue equal to or greater than the loan amount, or after 10 years from the date of issuance, which implies that after 10 years it's forgiven. But that should say subject to the repayment obligation below, which is the 50%, 50%. So that modification, I think, should take place. The genesis of what we're dealing with here, as I understood it, was to be a catalyst for new restaurant development in downtown. I'm not hearing that right now. What I'm hearing is more a subsidy to existing restaurant businesses that are already operating downtown. And I'm not saying as council we can't go in that direction or we can't have an aspect of this, but I don't want to lose sight of what are we trying to do here? That we're taking $1 million and putting into a fund and having it available for downtown restaurant businesses if we're not achieving what the ultimate goal was under the circumstances. There's other aspects of how it's written here and what the contract will be that I take it that these are just bullet items on how this is going to be structured. When I read this, I also was concerned that if you get a tenant and a landowner and they follow the rules as written, if we're not careful, they may use it to use some of these funds to infuse into the business and then be able to strategically flip the business and take advantage of the money that we've provided through this program. And that's a real concern of mine, that when documents are drafted, there's going to have to be some guardrails to see to it that that doesn't occur. So I have some reservations under the circumstances, not only as it relates to the loan requirements, but the grant requirements. I know we had a grant program when I first came on council, and I saw situations to where people applied for grants. It sounded real good, and follow-up was we never knew. I think what's the bank at San Joaquin and K Street, the old Citizens. There was a grant that was given to that building for a potential tenant that was coming in. Money was expended. We never saw the tenant, and we don't know what the leasehold improvements were in there. And that money just wasn't used for the proper purpose. We can't let that happen if we're going to go forward with this program.
And if I could just clarify, the grants would be reimbursable grants, and so they would have to put their own investment into it first. And then we'd be able to verify that it was a qualifying expense before we would actually reimburse the grant.
Just like in
money
the
to
first
them.
program. Yeah, and I'm not reading it the way you're reading. I don't perceive this program as a program that's only intended to help existing businesses. I think the majority of the people that are going to apply for this program and are going to be eligible are going to be, I think there's a few existing businesses probably will apply. My guess is they're going to be at the smaller level. I think you're going to probably, like the first program, you're going to see a few bigger projects come through. That'd be new projects.
And I'm not saying we shouldn't have existing businesses who've already made significant investment also benefit along the lines of what's been indicated and the grant program that's set forth in here. But the major impetus for what we're trying to do is to get significant restaurants to come into downtown.
I think
Is
this
that
program,
correct?
yeah, I think this program accomplishes that.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be probably the third or fourth program that I've done like this. And I think this one will accomplish the same things we've done in the past. I think the other thing, this is an area that I don't know philosophically where council stands on this, is the way we've written it and the way we structured it is, it's not really, the focus is not intended to be a loan program, right? It's not like we said, hey, we're willing to issue loans, but our full expectation is you're going to pay us back 100% of that money, and we're going to insure in that. And the way we're going to insure it is we're going to make sure we do all the underwriting that's required in the beginning. Like we're going to be a commercial loan officer and spread their financials. We're going to make sure they pledge collateral. That's not necessarily the intent. If our intent was to be entering, I'm not saying you're saying that, I'm painting an extreme example to make a point. If that was our intent, we would structure this differently. What we're saying is our goal here is to incentivize and encourage redevelopment to occur, right? Our focus is putting money into these buildings with the purpose of creating restaurants. We still want to put the money as much as we can into the building and to fix assets because we want our building stock to be improved. That's one of the most important things, right? Because even if the business fails, we've accomplished our primary goal, which is to fix the buildings. Because once the buildings are fixed, they're marketable now, right? They got elevators, they got ADA, they got sprinkler systems. Okay. So that's not money wasted. That protects all the other buildings in the downtown from liability, right? The buildings that are wood structures now that aren't sprinkled are liabilities to the balance of the downtown. That's why people aren't redeveloping them, because it's very expensive for them to do that. So that's like priority one. Obviously, the second twist of this is we want restaurants to be occurring downtown. What we're saying is how we're structuring this is at the end of the day, these are really grants. If they do what they're supposed to do, if they put the stuff in there, they got a business that's functioning, and we're going to be generating revenue from that, right? It's not like we're getting monthly loan payments from them. We're getting property tax, sales tax revenue, right? That's the revenue stream that we're ultimately getting. And our expectation, our hope is that within that 10 years, we've got all our money back. But even if we haven't, at the end of 10 years, it's forgiven. That's how we're structuring this. So I just want to, that's what I'm saying, staff's saying. Now, if council feels differently, if you want to take it in a different direction and make it more like it's guaranteed that they must repay us at the end of the 10 years, we could do it that way as well. But then I would say that's more a loan program. And my recommendation to you would be, if you want to go that route, then I really want to look at their financials to make sure they have the capacity to pay us back. I probably want to bring on a commercial lender to help us spread their financials, and I want to get them to pledge collateral. It's a little different animal.
That wasn't what I
Okay.
said.
Okay, I may have misunderstood you.
Yeah, I think so, because what I indicated, if you look at page 5, it specifically indicates for forgiveness criteria. And it says one or the other. And the other is a forgiveness that says after 10 years from the date of issuance. So
The sooner of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that indicates, if you read it, because it says or, that after 10 years, it's forgiven. But the very next paragraph, repayment obligation, indicates that if they don't pay it back within that 10-year period, then 50% is owed on.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. This has got to be clarified.
Yeah, we need to clarify that.
To the extent that what I'd recommend is that after 10 years from the date of issuance, subject to the repayment obligation set forth below.
Okay.
So because it's not an out, you can't just wait it out for 10 years and say, I'm free. Okay.
Yeah.
But you've explained to each one of us that have had the opportunity to go through that generally speaking, there's the criteria for repayment, and it's based on what is the city getting back in sales tax dollars. But those who take advantage of this and don't fulfill their obligation ultimately owe the whole thing back under the circumstances. And that's what we're intending to do here, as I understand.
Okay. Yeah, we want to make sure that we don't have somebody who games the system.
Yeah.
There.
Councilmember Sarah?
In terms of waiting or proceeding with this, with some modifications to the documentation, it doesn't seem to me that this would be a very difficult packet to put together. It's asking for 4 things: an application form, a photograph showing the building, accurate scale drawings of the improvements, and any additional documentation to illustrate the visual impact of the proposed project. The application itself is pretty simple. It just indicates what of those 3 things they're going to be applying for. And so I think if we need to make some additional changes to the terms and conditions of forgiveness and the criteria for that, I think we should move ahead as quickly as we can for those businesses that are at the point right now where they need that to get started with what they're doing, as the gentleman that spoke to us this evening, both both the parties that spoke to us this evening, that they want to get started. They've already started, and they need to have some kind of an indication from the city's faith in providing help for them to continue what they're doing with the hope of reimbursement. So I would hope we could start sooner than later.
Okay. All right. I think starting off my comments of a summary that I have of some items that were presented. There was a request of, in the discussions that we've had, to adding Tulare and Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to the list. I myself endorse that idea. That I think is a well-rounded component to the committee. There's the discussion of the boundary expansion that was summarized by the city manager, and I endorse that boundary expansion as well. The fourth item was council member on the committee that was presented, and discussion with that. I think from the discussion of engagement and transparency, it does help to have a council member. Vice Mayor Steve Harrell, the downtown areas in his district, and perhaps as he mentioned, might have some interest in that. I'll let him speak to that, but I'm just saying I'm open to keeping that, or open to what the majority of the council wants to do. Summary, I think, to the council member that was mentioning new restaurant development, an existing restaurant. The way I've understood, and I think to our mission with this, as the city manager summarized, is there's 80%, which is really the bigger loans for new development, but of course those capital improvement and expansions. But as council's last discussion is, it's setting aside 20%, which is roughly $200,000 in its way of allowing for those the small capacity grants. You could have that existing restaurant, but it's that new stove, or it's that new sprinkler, or those items to where we could work with a tenant as well as the landowner that helps me do what I do better, or expand that capacity at the restaurant. So I think the 80-20 split, for me, I felt met what we wanted in that combination of discussion from last council meeting and here, with that. The other one, number 5, was concern about protections, so we don't flip. And as I understand, this would be reimbursable. So we'd look to those groups to make that investment and then reimburse with it. And then 6 is I heard about the criteria to clarify about forgivable loan, or for the forgiveness issue of 10 years, and which I also endorse the reimbursement. I endorse what Council Member Madero said about clarifying the wording with those actions. The last one that I have on there was timing for the purpose. And I myself, I think from our discussions before, programming that we have, is a lot of times it is not new that a lot of funding applications are shovel ready, or groups that are ready to go. And I think from our mission that we've had with this, that I've understood, is we're infusing this now to have for that capacity and capital improvements now. But as you said, the time frame is 2 years. Not everybody's shovel ready today, so the 2 years allows for that. I endorse those items. The timing is, I also endorse that we stick with the schedule of making that available now and following that. So Vice Mayor Harold, did you have any other additional comment on this? I had made the notion about the council member selection. I used your name. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, or to mention to your peers?
I just suggested to the mayor that the majority of this area is in my district, and I also serve on the downtown association representing the council, and I would be willing to accept that position if that was council's decision.
Okay. Councilman Segal, you said you had a.
Yes, I had two points. So I do appreciate Mr. Mayor bringing that up, because I know that was a discussion about lowering the grant amount to 200,000 and then setting aside $200,000 for smaller grants. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because I think that the intention is to try to help also small businesses. They may not need the 200,000 to 250, but they may need, with $25,000, they can upgrade their business and get going. So I appreciate that you brought that up, because I definitely support that effort, setting aside the 20% for small businesses at may not need the infrastructure improvements that a bigger grant would provide or loan or whatever we end up with. And then I think my only question with the reimbursable in terms of, so like, let's say, for example, a small business wants to upgrade the refrigeration in their business, and it's a $25,000 investment that they could qualify under the small grant program, I guess the smaller grant. Is that something that could be flexible? Because I know that with the other grant program, we bought directly from the vendors kitchen equipment for that restaurant. We paid their invoices off directly as a city. Is that something that could be open for this particular program? So let's say the vendor just doesn't have the 25,000 to spend it, but if they got accepted through their grant, they went to a commercial kitchen place and said, hey, your kitchen's gonna cost you $24,500. Can they submit that to the city and the city pay it? Because we've done that before with the other grant. Is that possible?
Yeah, so
That's specifically.
Hit your mic, Dennis.
That's specifically what I had in my notes, but failed to mention was that we can add to this specifically only expenses occurred after receiving written project approval from the city will be considered eligible for reimbursement unless otherwise approved by the city council.
So in the last program, we only had one project where we did that, if I remember correctly. They had made everybody had invested the money first, and then we came back and reimbursed them after that. They showed us all the paid receipts. They showed us everything. We made sure there were no liens filed, and then we reimbursed them. There was one project where they had gone through the project pretty much that way. And then I think as they got further into the project, they were running into some difficulties being able to cash flow that. And so we went back to council and sought your approval specifically for that project. It's up to council. I generally prefer the reimbursement route because it shows that these individuals they have to put the effort in, and they have to be at least adequately capitalized enough so that we're not putting all our money in before they're putting their money in. If I'm okay, if you would rather stay, the committee has the discretion, or it could be all just we pay the invoices directly, or we do it the same way we did last time where we bring back special cases to you and you guys can make that decision. However you want to do it, it's okay. I personally like the reimbursement better.
And I appreciate that point, but I know just having gone out there, there's some small businesses that just are barely making it, and it's hard to come up with $25,000 to get a new stove, new refrigeration unit. That the goal, as you mentioned earlier, was to try to get them to be performing so that people can come and spend money in our city. So, I mean, I definitely would encourage us to really consider that. I mean, it could be a case by case basis, but if there is a small business that just can't come up with the capital and they apply and they get approved, then that could be an option that, hey, go and get the invoice, we'll pay for it, and then you have your equipment.
Along the lines of what he's indicated, would you be comfortable on page 6 with that kind of additional language, or would you?
I would be more comfortable with that than a blanket approval, because if you give the blanket approval, everything's going to be, we write the check, they don't write the check.
No, I think the program should be as indicated before. This is my opinion that we're reimbursing after the expenditure unless we have extraordinary circumstances in which staff feels like, and the committee feels like it needs to cut. You want it to go forward, you think it's good to go forward, and you think it's appropriate to bypass this and pay these items directly.
Yeah.
And that would be subject to city council.
Yes, and part of the reason for that is in the bigger, I'm not saying the bigger projects are necessarily more likely to be successful, but when they're investing their own, typically, you see them investing 3 times what our investment is. So if we're going to invest 250, they're investing, let's say, $1 million or more. That level of investment gives us a little bit more confidence that the project's going to likely be more successful because they have a lot more at stake. My concern about the smaller grants is just if you have somebody who says, listen, I don't have any of my own capital, but it would be really great if I had this $25,000 stove I'd be very successful, and I want you to put all the money into the stove, and I'm not putting any money into it. I'm not saying that's a terrible thing. I'm just saying there's probably a greater risk of failure in that case, especially when we're talking about it's different if you put a sprinkler system in a building because somebody's not taking that sprinkler system out when their business fails. But when you put a stove in a building, that's pretty easy to load up in a truck and drive away with. So that's why I'm a little hesitant there, but I like that language because I can then present to you the specifics.
I don't know what the language is, so I've added this. Okay. But I think for me is, there's a circumstance because I mean, you're not gonna put the stove on a corner. You're putting the stove in a business that has been around. If the criteria is, hey, your business has to operate for at least a year or whatever. I mean, that's other criteria that the committee can come up with. All I'm saying is that there are gonna be people out there who are not gonna apply because they don't have the $20,000, the $25,000 to go buy the equipment and then apply and cross their fingers to see if they get selected. And so I would rather, if they are selected, if they're a qualifying business, then let's work it out with them to make them even better.
I think that there's a consensus, if you agree, that the wording is then those type of circumstances that would come to us. And I think that way it would be fair. So it's not left to just the committee to have to walk through that subjectivity. That what is, I'm understanding is a consensus from few council members that what that would do is that item would come for us for that specific example. So I think that's the middle ground with that is that those type of items, there's an option for it. So we're not eliminating it and that could come before us for that. So with that, there's a few items that were recommended and I look towards council if we have direction on these in a motion. Council members are ready for that? Or
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Subject to the modifications indicated, specifically clarifying the language on page 5 as it relates to forgiveness criteria so that it's clear that it's subject to the repayment obligations below and subject to the boundary areas under the circumstances and having the vice mayor be on that committee, even though I think if you pulled out a ruler, my district might have a little bit more than his, but I'll debate that with him later. And considering the fact that only expenses occurred after receiving written project approval from the city will be considered eligible for reimbursement unless otherwise approved by the city council, so that this will be a reimbursement program unless staff finds it necessary to come back to the city council to do it this alternate way. I would make a motion to approve the downtown Tulare assistance for small town eateries program guidelines and application as presented, and appoint vice mayor and appoint the recommended committee members, including the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber and the vice mayor as our representative for evaluation purposes of program applications.
I will
How's that
second the
for-
motion. Yeah, I'll second that motion. You got it all in there.
But the question is the funding breakup is part of that motion, the 80-20 as the mayor talked about?
That's has been presented to us.
Okay, I mean, in terms of specifically 200,000 is gonna be,
No,
that's.
no, the cap is 250 and there's an 80-20% split between big projects and small projects. It's just as it says in the staff.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but how does the math, can you run the math through me? So you got $1 million and if you got 3 or 4 projects that come in at 250, that's the $1 million. So,
Well-
I mean, how's that gonna work?
Yeah, for the loan reimbursement program, that would be 800,000 out of the $1 million that would be funded towards us. So clearly, if we receive 4 applications, all wanting $250,000, they all would not get approved.
It's up to 250
Yeah,
for those.
and so each of those can apply up to 250. So hopefully there's
Well,
a variety of requests for different dollar amounts that eventually will come up to the
well,
if I
capital.
can,
gain.
the way, if I can, the way I understood it, where I'm getting that number is combination of reimbursable grants up to 20% of total funds. But what we talked about, those small ones are the reimbursable grants. That's where I'm coming up with the 20%. Because it says building
Correct.
space, no tenant grant request up to 20 grand. But reimbursable grants compared to forgivable loans. So what I understood, the big ones are going to be forgivable loans.
Yes.
Correct.
The small ones are going to be reimbursable grants. So up to 20% of total funds, that's 200,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
What he's saying is, I think, if I understand correctly, he's good with 200,000 being eligible for small grants. We might do $20,000 grants out of that. What he's saying is he doesn't want the cap to be 250 on the big ones. He wants it to be 200. And we're saying there's going to be $200,000 obligated to little projects, 800,000 obligated to big projects. We're saying the cap on the big project should be 250. He'd like the cap to 200.
Right, because that gets you an extra business. So you get 4 businesses versus 3. So. I
So real
mean,
quick.
I mean, and I thought that would be part of the motion. So, so I think that will be.
We have a
something.
motion based on a recommendation. We have a second, and I'd call for the vote.
Well,
We have a motion and we have a second, as read with this, clarified that the cap would be up to 250. That is included in the report, included in the motion. Okay, we also, I've talked about adding the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber. The motion included the boundary expansion. The motion included the council member, Vice Mayor Harrell on the committee. We just clarified the 80-20. The wording that was noted by Councilman Maderos, city manager, on the criteria and wording. And then as well, we discussed the reimbursement with the action of coming before council, as I've understood in the motion. Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 11.1, West Tulare study. Receive a presentation on the findings from the analysis conducted regarding potential commercial development in West Tulare and provide direction to staff. Jennifer Gomez.
All right, thank you very much. Just first wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Segala for funding this particular study with some of his ARPA funds. This is a study that was to conduct an analysis regarding potential commercial development and rezoning of city-owned property at the southwest corner of Bardsley and West Streets. And once that was approved, staff did move forward with hiring consultants EPS and MIG, who also prepared the city's award-winning downtown master plan. And so we are certainly, we certainly value their expertise regarding land development. And so they are hopefully here online with us tonight to give you an overview of their findings. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce you to Andrew Williams and Dan Guimond from EPS.
Hello, good evening, city council members, mayor, and city staff. My name is Andrew Williams, and I'm a senior associate with Economic Planning Systems, or EPS. I am joined by my colleague Dan, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yes, again, I'm Dan Guimond, a senior principal with Economic and Planning Systems, diving in here from Denver today.
And we are a land use and economics consulting firm based in both California and Colorado. And as Jennifer pointed out, we are going to do an evaluation of a West Tulare site. I'm going to share my screen here. That is, if you can see it, let me know. Okay, so sharing my screen now. So a quick agenda for our call. We're going to go over the scope of work, the demographics of the trade area and the city, which helps inform our analysis. Then Dan's going to talk about our methodology and the retail profile and analysis of the trade area, which is the real meat and potatoes of what we're doing. And then we're both going to talk about the site feasibility and suggested next steps. Looking at our scope of work, our purpose is to study a city-owned site just outside city boundaries to better understand potential retail commercial development opportunities. And specifically, we're looking to define a commercial trade area, analyze key demographic characteristics, estimate the trade area spending potential, evaluate the site's potential for commercial development, lastly, identify factors that could enhance the site's development. So maybe about 45 minutes ago, you saw a picture of this map in one form or another, but the project site is on Bardsley Ave and West Street. The site is about 5 acres in size and is a part of a much larger city-owned site. Though this, from what I understand, the city is currently exploring moving its corporation yard to just south of the site. And that's potentially in the future. And looking at our demographics, I'm going to speed through this so we can get through the rest of our analysis. But first looking at our trade area, which really is the area which a retailer will derive the majority of its sales. Effectively, it's our customer base. So it's this blue square on my screen here, and it encompasses a 1 to 2 mile radius around the project site, which is right here in the middle. And the project or the trade area is modified by major roads and other significant barriers. So when we talk about the retail trade and the population, we're specifically talking about this blue square. And it's looking at population households, comparing that trade area to the rest of the city. From 2010 to 2024, we have seen slight population and household increases in the trade area. But as a whole, the city of Tulare has a much stronger growth rate in terms of population and households. In terms of household income, there's a pretty stark difference. So the trade area has that much higher proportion of households that are low income, that are under $50,000, and has a much smaller amount of households that are higher income. And if we look at the median household income, the average household income and the per capita income, comparing the trade area and the city, we do see there is a significant gap between the two. Moving on to our age breakdown, the trade area and the city have a pretty similar distribution, so nothing to note here. In terms of race and ethnicity, the white alone population in both the trade area and the city has declined significantly in the last 15 years. But we do see those that identify as 2 or more races have increased significantly. I also just want to note that the trade area has about a 20% higher Hispanic population. Looking at housing occupancy, we do see the trade area mostly rents. About 56% of the population is renting, while majority of the city, about 60%, owns their homes. And looking at proposed residential development, so a lot of potential development next 10 years in Tulare, and we're going to focus on the southwestern or left corner of the map. You see our project sites right here. But in our trade area, there's about 1,500 new households or household units, which represents about 25% of this new expected development in this next 10 years, which is pretty significant. And if you take all this demographic information together, so a couple of highlights. Generally, the population household growth is roughly similar between the city and trade area. The trade area has lower household incomes, lower home ownership rates, but there is a significant planned expansion in the trade area. We think there's an opportunity for growth, specifically in retail and commercial services, if there's sufficient developable space. I'm going to turn it over to Dan to talk about our methodology and some of our retail findings.
Thank you, Andrew. So EPS estimated the retail spending potential of the trade area that Andrew outlined there. Our methodology is a retail market analysis methodology that we've used extensively over the last 25 years. So we first determined what this personal income is of the trade area. And that's basically you take the average household income and multiply it by the population or by the households of the trade area. So the total personal income is then used to determine what the percent, we then determine what percent of total personal income is spent on retail goods and services. And we break those expenditures down into major categories: convenience goods, shoppers goods, eating and drinking establishments. And we do this based on what historical consumer spending patterns are in the state of California from the Census of Retail Trade. And then we figure out what the trade area's potential is for retail spending going forward. And then based on that, we figure out what the supportable square footage of store space might be over the forecast period. So next slide. So looking, next slide, Andrew. As I mentioned, the retail categories that are broken down are convenience goods, which are basically grocery, supermarket, convenience stores, as well as beer, liquor, drugstores, and other specialty food. Shoppers goods are basically larger, bigger box stores like department stores, warehouse, and supercenters, and then a range of other stores like apparel, furniture, appliances, etc. Eating and drinking is pretty much self-explanatory: restaurants, bars, and brew pubs. Building materials, hardware, home improvement, garden supplies, etc. And then, by looking sort of at the trade area demographics and how much spending potential is in the area, we basically limited our analysis to looking at just convenience goods and eating and drinking as having potential for development in this part of the city, in terms of looking at what would be supportable based on the population and households, and also based on the retail development pattern in the rest of the city. These other categories, shoppers goods, building materials, and such, are larger stores and serve much larger trade areas, and they're more fully developed within the city. Next. So, as I mentioned, the trade area, if you look at the table, the total personal income in 2024 is 224 million. We looked over a forecast period of the next 10 years, and we're projecting an increase of 84 million over that time period. In terms of retail spending, the average expenditure on total retail goods is 31.7% of income. And then focusing on convenience goods, it's 10.8% of income. And we're estimating that convenience goods purchases in grocery, convenience, beer, wine, and health and personal goods is going to increase by 9 million over the next 10 years. And then in terms of eating and drinking establishments, we're estimating an increase of 5.9 million over the same time period. Next. So that's what the residents of the households in the trade area spend on those goods. We're estimating that if a development were located on the subject property, that it would have the potential to capture 75% of the spending on convenience goods and 50% of the spending on restaurants and eating and drinking establishments. So looking ahead into, again, we're doing the projection basically we've calculated the numbers currently, but we're basically looking at what the growth is going to be over the next 10 years in terms of an opportunity for development. And we're showing that in 2034, retailers could capture approximately 25 million in sales of convenience goods and 10.7 million in eating and drinking sales. Next. So based on average sales per square foot by store categories, that gives us a projected demand of 52 thousand square feet of retail space in 2024 and 73,000 in 2034 in convenience goods and eating and drinking. So the demand is estimated to increase by 21,000 over the next decade. Next. So our analysis basically suggests that there is an opportunity for a small amount of commercial development within that 10-year growth period. The conditions for retail and commercial development is you really need a site that's viable for a developer. So a developer needs to view the site as a viable development opportunity based on market demand and site constraints and return on investment. You need the customer base that I outlined there. You need an anchor tenant to draw shoppers and a complementary mix of smaller stores. And you need a site with adequate infrastructure, utilities, roads, sidewalks to reduce development costs, as well as sufficient parking and a sufficient site configuration and location, as well as zoning. The 5-acre site we're looking at here is really, in our opinion, probably too small for a viable commercial development, for a developer to be attracted to build a viable commercial development. The estimate of supportable space is, suggests that the site could support a smaller grocery store, a smaller independent grocery store, somewhere in that 15 to 25,000 square feet, but that a developer to attract that store would be looking at an opportunity to also build some other smaller ancillary store space, as well as restaurants, to have a viable development that he would want to build. Next. Okay, so I think you're going.
Yeah, we can tag team this. Yeah, so kind of based on what Dan has said, there is modest commercial and retail spending that exists in the trade area, and it's going to grow fairly significantly in the next 10 years. However, based on our analysis, we think more demand is needed to incentivize commercial development. Again, it could support a small independent grocery store, a restaurant, a bar, but it could be challenging to attract a tenant based on site constraints. Additionally, if the city relocates and expands its corporation yard, that could enhance weekday retail demand. And if we look in the long term, with sufficient size area, 10 plus acres, and greater demand in time, the location could support a small commercial node. But as the site currently exists, it is unlikely to support additional retail or commercial development beyond small scale uses. Dan, anything else you want to build on this before the next slide?
Well, just that, I mean, the one thing we didn't maybe highlight is we do think the site is well located for a convenience-oriented retail development that's serving the projected new growth in the southwest part of the city.
And there's some suggested next steps. One is evaluate whether adjacent land is available to expand development potential, assess interest from commercial developers, consider holding the site in the long term and zoning in the future for commercial development. And lastly, exploring partnerships or incentives to reduce tenant risk and improve general commercial feasibility. I think that is all we have. Unless Dan, you have any other comments?
No, we're open to questions though.
The questions, yeah. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Mark, before I open it up, comments from the public and council, anything you wanted to add or staff has to add?
No, just we're pleased with the work that MIG and EPS put together for us. They've been working on this project for about 4 or 5 months now. I don't think we're surprised by the conclusions, but we are excited about the possibility that if the city ultimately decides to move its corporation yard, as you know, that's a study and an effort that we're getting ready to launch here shortly. And if it was to be located in proximity, you know, that could help to jumpstart this site as a possibility, and staff is fully aware of all the other tools and incentives that are necessary and helpful to bring development forward in the future.
Okay. So with the conclusion of the presentation and those comments, I quickly want to open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to comment on this West Tulare study as presented? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? Okay, I'll move on and I'll start for comments. I'll switch around. Councilman Maderos? Okay. Well, with that, I'll pass the baton, Segala, if you want to open comments on our West Tulare study.
Sure. First of all, I just wanted to thank staff and the consultants for putting together the study. I appreciate learning a lot about my neighbors and the demographics and all that stuff in that area. I think a couple of things that I wanted to highlight, the recommendation to expand the acreage, I think is well noted. I have a pending item that would come to council in the future regarding the annexation and rezoning of that land. So I think something to look at would be 10+ acres. Right now it's 4.8, that one little corner, but maybe something around 10 to 12 acres could be something we'd look at. So I appreciate the recommendation from the study. I think on the trade area, I note that it's a mile that you guys had looked at. If you were to go a little further north up to Prosperity, it'd be 2 miles from that site. I know from my household and from my neighbors that they're willing to drive 3.7 miles, 3.1 miles to go get a Dutch Brothers. So I would imagine if it was a Dutch Brothers on Barley and West, it's 2 miles that they would go. They would probably go to that one instead of the one on Blackstone and Prosperity and Mooney. Or if there was some national restaurant right on West and Barsley, that those people that live up in the Martino tract, which is north of the city on the west side, would go there versus across town. So I know that if we locate something there, there's a greater trade area, I guess if you define it as a trade area, that would be part of this analysis in the future. Because I'm convinced someone would drive 2 miles versus 3.7 miles to go get a Dutch Brothers. And so I'm looking forward to that in the future, we move forward with anything that we kind of expand that trade area, because it will help with the economics, I believe, in that regard. But finally, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the looking into this. I know there was a recommendation about maybe doing a site map that would give folks, if that's still feasible, to give developers. I know I've been working with a couple developers who have provided me with site maps of what they think the area would look like. And I think that's an important part of the marketing tool, where they have come up with the rendering that shows a market here, a restaurant there, parking there. So I think that's always a good marketing tool for future development. So I do appreciate the council listening to this study. I would see if there's perhaps some things that we could, further recommendations that we can roll over to a future council meeting. Again, the site map being something like that. And also the discussion about annexing and rezoning that piece of property out there to some future development. So thank you.
Councilmember Sarah. Okay. Councilmember.
Yeah, the Liberty Hill development, in my past legal career, I was involved in that, and I'm really glad to see the development that's going on out there. that was the Enos family property, Enos family property. And there's a lot of higher scale homes that are being built out there, and hopefully the development community will look at the possibility of the commercial expansion into the area that Mr. Scala is speaking about as a distinct possibility. But as we recognized, even at Cartmill and 99, we can build it, and sometimes they don't come as fast as we'd like, and that's part of the problem. One of the pioneers I view her, Jan Lazarus, who I got to know very well and was a client of my office, had the vision to build a shopping center at East Street and Bardsley, right next to the high school farm. And that has been a real challenge for her, but she really, and I haven't seen her in quite a while, but I know that there, restaurants turned over, and they had a grocery store there at one time, and but it's held its own, and that's within the area that you're talking about, so that's further east. But it has the advantage of the school farm, and when they have softball tournaments, and that additional economic surge helps that area. But in any event, hopefully in the future, this will develop under the circumstances. I don't know if zoning now, and maybe these gentlemen can address that, zoning at the time that a developer would like to have it zoned in a certain way is the better way to go, as opposed to just trying to zone it now as an enticement. Which do you find more advantageous under the circumstances?
I'd be happy to respond to your question if you'd like. I mean, certainly if the city decides that a commercial location here is within its, general plan guidelines, I think it would be very advantageous to have the property zoned and entitled for commercial development ahead of time. I mean, it's going to be much more marketable in that case. As to the comment earlier about a site plan, Andrew, I do believe Mig, our co-consultant, is on the hook to do some site planning on the site. Is that not correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Yeah, Council, I would caution us to not zone the property now. Because we're going to get ready we're going to start going through the process of looking at the corporation yard, and we don't really know what our needs are yet. I mean, our current corporation yard is 15 acres. I would venture to guess we need at least 30 acres. I would venture to guess probably more than that by the time we get done with that analysis. They're going to have to go, the consultant's going to go through the whole city and look at all our departments and understand what are our needs for the next 50 years out there, right? And one of the big needs we're going to have is electrification of vehicles. And unfortunately, as that stands today, for example, we have to buy 2 garbage trucks to every 1 garbage truck. Am I right?
They're saying 3 to 2.
Oh, 3 to 2. Thank you. A little bit better.
That's the newest.
A little bit better. So the amount of land we're going to need just for storage of vehicles, let alone the fleet facilities, is going to be more than what we have now. So yeah. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying don't ever rezone it. What I'm saying is, in this process of going through the corporation yard study and analysis, at the same time, we're doing our treatment plant expansion project. That's going to give us a much better idea about what land needs we will have. I think we have enough land, but I would rather figure out what that box looks like that tell us how much land we have left. Because I think, for example, we might want to work with the developer and start marketing the site, like Councilmember Sagala said. Once we have the site plan drawn up, we might want to start marketing it to a developer and have them bring in their ideas, because their ideas might change, and that might give us, between the combination of what we're going to have from our corporation and treatment plant expansion analysis and what they come up with, that'll give us a much better picture of, are we talking about 10 acres, 12 acres, 15 acres, 13.2? I think it'd be better to get that done before we just zone the land. Right? Because when we start zoning the land, that costs time and money. And I don't think there's any rush to do it because nobody's beating down our door to develop that site right now.
Well, I would respectfully disagree with that. I mean, we are now, I mean, I'm looking at the previous map where there's 135 acres just south of there. So I don't see the need to take 10, 15 acres from the southwest corner because you got, if the corporation yard, which has to go through an analysis and environmental impacts of trucks coming in and out of the west side and all that, there's a lot of process for that to happen. And I would hate for us to say, well, let that process go first and then we'll figure out. I mean, I think there's things that we can do at the same time. The 10 to 15 acres that we could rezone and annex into the city. There's 135, 14. There's plenty of acreage out there for you
The
to
other
figure
thing
out
I
where to
haven't
put
mentioned to
something. So-
council is we're currently having discussions about trying to attract the data center here, and the data center needs a little bit of a minimum of 100 acres. So
Well,
there's
then
other things that are going into all of this. I'm not ready to have that discussion.
Well, I think there's, 153 acres south of Page. So you can put it on, you can put the courtyard on, south of Page and West. So there's plenty of acreage that I just don't, I mean, my constituents are, and I don't know if the, council member Sayers' constituents are always not asking her about development on the west side. We lost $500,000 on the annual corridor. So, I mean, we got to figure out how to at least begin to, try to develop something. So I would respectfully ask that, I have an pending item that should come back to council hopefully soon that would have a conversation about annexing and rezoning that property. And I appreciate the consultants' comments. Thank you.
So
Where
we're at now is we have the West Tulare study, and we're gonna come back in the future with the Corporation Yard study. And we're going to get an overlapping review as what these development projects look like. As I understand current status, no formal actions have been taken. So there's no loss, there hasn't been a change. And I think as Councilman Maderos had said, that it's advantaged. We're not making changes today with that. So,
Their recommendation
yeah,
from a zoning standpoint was somewhat as to that particular property without the other issues that Mr. Mondale mentioned. Is that accurate, gentlemen?
Yeah, that's correct. I would just clarify the comment on the zoning. The perspective is that when the market is ready for development, having the property zoned before going out and soliciting developers is more advantageous. Our analysis suggests that there's no hurry here. That, our projection is that as this area develops, looking ahead 5 to 10 years is probably the time frame in which the development community would become interested in looking towards putting a development together for the site. Currently, our analysis suggests that the area does not have sufficient households to really support, a smaller grocery, to attract a smaller grocery store and some ancillary commercial, which is our recommended development program.
And you've taken into consideration that there's a grocery store within a little over a mile from there anyway. Not even that, right?
I believe it.
Superior, the old Plaza Market, yeah. And that development right in that area, yeah.
so I think for me too is currently the area and what we're talking about has water, has sewer. And of course, those developments, I think future conversations will come in, as we've said about parks and park master plan, neighborhood parks, the developments. The point I'm just getting to in the summary is what I'm understanding is there's other presentations and overlaps to come. There's no loss today, and that those discussions of gain and movement will be able to take place as we have those other studies come before us. So I would also ask if I can, and if it's under perpetuity of our consultant and our presenters, I would love to have that map that you have. Well, I wonder if you'd share your presentation with council, but I would love to have your map because I think it's a great representation of development around the community, west side, north, south. Because Jennifer, I would love to have that in the State of the City presentation on Friday, because I think it's a great representation of what's going on the community. So
That's his way of saying he wants it now. He's running out of time.
well, I'm also asking, I think the presentation belongs to our presenters, and I would love to use your presentation that we have coming up at a meeting on Friday, your subdivision.
That map is ours. We
That
provided it
map's
to
your-
them.
You would bought it, we paid for it?
No, we made that map.
We
and gave
made
it to
that
them.
map, okay, all right.
And the presentation is yours, so.
Okay, okay, great. So with that, I'm not seeing any key action steps that are in front of us by council or consensus. We've received the presentation, and are we good? Are we ready to move on to our next item? All right. So with gentlemen, Andrew, Daniel, thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation. Mark and staff, thank you as well. Item 11.3, which was bike lanes discussion, provide direction regarding request for staff presentation on bicycle lanes.
Yeah, so council, the next four items, I just want to describe to you what these are and why they're on the agenda. So you'll recall that the council process for putting items on future agendas is a two-step process. Council members will submit a one-page sheet describing the item that they're interested in having council discuss. It comes to the first meeting, you will discuss it. If you have an interest in it being agendized for future discussion, it comes into a future meeting. At the future meeting is when you will decide what we're supposed to do with that item. That's where you'll give staff direction. Councilmember Sagala has raised some concern that some of his items and perhaps some of the other council items have gone through step one, but haven't come back into step two. And I will agree that that is true in some cases. I think some of those cases are my fault in the sense that after there was consensus on step one, I understood the item was something that council was going to be very interested in. And so we just moved it into something else rather than bringing it back for a second vote. And Councilmember Sagala corrected me on that and said, that's really not my prerogative to make. It needs to come back to council for a vote. So for example, this very first one, the bicycle lanes discussion, this is one of the ones where I remember that discussion and Councilmember Sagala was interested in lanes within his district, and that blew into a larger discussion about bike lanes throughout the city because other council members shared the same concern. And what I had advised council at that time is, listen, the right way of doing that, this is Mark's opinion, but you hire me as a city manager to give you my opinion, is to do that as part of the ATP process, right? That is the alternate transportation plan is the formal document and process by which the city goes through to look at alternative transportation methods, which are typically trails, bike lanes, sidewalks, et cetera. And rather than just looking at it in one small area on a street, because it's not of use to have a bike lane system unless you ultimately can work towards a connected system. It's sort of the same thing as trails. If you have a trail that goes a half mile from point A to point B, but there's no opportunity for it to connect to anything else, you're not really getting a trail system. You get a single trail. And so that AT process has been going on for over a year now. Council will remember that TCAG is paying for that. That's a multi-$100,000 process. We are bringing that process back to council. I believe it's October 7th. It's what we're currently targeting. So that'll be an entire workshop on that. It was probably presumptuous of me to assume that that was council's ultimate desire. And so I did not bring this back as a second item. I put in a weekly report that that's what how we were going to approach it. Nonetheless, I'm bringing these four items back now because Councilmember Sagala wants to make sure council makes the decisions in terms of what we're going to be doing with those items. And I think he's right to request that. So that's the first item is 11.3. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know he has a perspective on it as well. I am after this one. Microphone.
Yeah, we can open this up for anyone in the audience if they'd like to make any comments on this item, bike lanes here within the city and particularly on the west side. Hearing no comment, we'll turn it back to council now for any comments.
Councilmember Sarah? Councilman Segala?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So, thank you for this to come back. I made the request in May of last year, and I wasn't sure if the ATP program was going around at that time, but it makes sense regarding that. But the council request was pretty clear. The request is to put this on the agenda for discussion, to direct staff to come back with the staff report detailing the necessary steps to complete, stripe, paint, and perhaps add additional bicycle lanes in Council District 1. I know that there was some request to include the whole city. So that's pretty much descriptive. I mean, that's what I requested a year and a half ago. And I'm still requesting now. If there's a better way to produce that, that's fine. But the request is right there. So that's what I would ask my fellow council members, for us to direct the staff to do that. I believe there's still an interest in citywide bike lanes. I'm not sure if there is, but at least in my council district, I like to make sure to see where they are, where they're mapped. Are they properly striped? Can we, paint them green like they do in other cities with the chevrons and all the different things? Can they connect? I mean, there's just a lot of things that I just want to make sure that we could do, at least in my council district. But if it's citywide, I have no problem with that either.
Okay. Councilman Maduro?
Follow up, I think specifically when the matter came, the procedures, when the matter was put for future agenda items, there was a consensus not to agree to do that item. It was an agreement to put it on the agenda, which is what we're doing right now. Yeah, no, I understand. He's admitted that it should have come back sooner and that the procedure's corrected. That's been admitted. We're now at this point. And at this point, it's on the agenda for what we as a council are going to give direction. I was the one who indicated that it shouldn't be just, an analysis shouldn't be just one district. It should be citywide. So the direction that we have now that I would recommend is that we proceed with an analysis that staff will do in conjunction with the
ATP.
The ATP, and that will be presented to us on October 7th, so that that will be incorporated under the circumstances. And that would be what I think we as a council should do.
And I agree. And as long as I'm not sure what the ATP does in terms of what it looks for, but as long as we can incorporate the idea of, having, recommendation on where more bicycle lanes could be and mapping them out. Because I don't believe we have any city map that shows our bicycle lanes, right? We have maps to where the hydrants are, where this is at, but I don't think there's any citywide maps with the bicycle lanes, correct?
We actually do have a map, but it's dated. It's back from 2005, 2010 range. So the purpose of the active transportation plan, known as the ATP, is to update that and to include where we have existing infrastructure, where there's gaps, where we could add, as it says in the item, stripe bike lanes, where we could add maybe trails, things of that sort. So that'll all be discussed as part of, we've been in the data collection phase. We've had public input we've been receiving from the community. And so we're going to summarize that right now, tentatively scheduled for October 7th. We'll have a workshop with council on the results and kind of some of the preliminary findings.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think my recommendation or motion would be to, be incorporated into the ATP, and it's my luck that ATP happened. So I'm looking forward to the information on the bicycle lanes and what we can do to have a better system and striping and all that stuff in our city. So that would be the motion, that it be incorporated into the October 7th presentation. And
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second that we are going to have an ATP presentation on October 7th, and that presentation will include bike lanes and the elements direction throughout the city. And then we'll come out at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Oh, sorry. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. 11.4 study session request for Inyo Corridor.
And Council, just before I cover this one really quick, I want to mention that there was also a request by Councilmember Harrell. He had previously requested 2 items. The council consider an all-way stop at the intersections of Inyo and O Street and a all-way stop at the intersection of Coelho and Cross. That went to phase 1. It never came back on phase 2. We had said that it would come back around this time, but that was, at that point, we had a unanimous consensus on examining those. We had discussed that the process for doing stop signs goes to, we have a list of stop signs and there has to be a study done to evaluate that. Those studies are underway. So the first study, the one at Inyo and O, has been completed. And it looks like the recommendation is going to be to add an all-way stop there. That will come back on a future council agenda item. I don't know if it'll be the next item or not, Michael, if you have it. I think.
I would anticipate we'd probably want to take this to Transportation Management Team for their recommendation, and we're planning on doing that the second Friday of September. So that would put it probably second meeting of September.
Okay. And then the second one, the Coelho and Cross, that study is underway, but it's taking a little bit longer based on their workload. Yeah.
Now that you brought that up, I do want to add that I had some, previously when that came up from Mr. Harrell, I had some concerns about whether Coelho would be the right street. Since that time, I've driven that many more times than I have before, and I think Coelho's the right street. I want to indicate that because of the various factors, and that's where you have a straight shot, and not that that means anything because it's your studies that mean something, but hopefully that'll be a consideration.
Yeah, we're actually looking at both intersections, the intersection at Brentwood and the intersection at Coelho.
And so, council, I apologize again. Maybe presumptuous of me after step 1 to just put it on the list and move those forward. I felt that there was consensus for that. If it's okay with council, I'm not intending to bring these 2 items back as for second round reviews because the studies are either complete or almost complete. I was just going to bring the studies unless Councilmember Harrell, you'd like me to bring it back. Okay. All right, then I will move on to 11.4 study session for Inyo Corridor. So this one we've talked about a few times. It's actually a part of the strategic plan. It was adopted and incorporated into strategic plan this past year by City Council. You'll recall that there was $500,000 earmarked for this project that was part of the 2023 mid-year budget. It wasn't part of ARPA funds. At the end of 23, when the 24 budget came forward, council didn't ask for those dollars to be continued, and so those dollars were not. That didn't mean we stopped working on the project. We have an outline of how we think the project should continue. We continue to work on that outline and that project, doing research and preparing maps. We've actually applied for a grant. We worked with Caltrans. Could you talk a little bit about that grant?
Sure, yeah, it's actually related to active transportation, but it's a complete streets project that I think council, you might recall, Caltrans has come and presented before. And the only portion of that project that Caltrans actually has funding for is pretty minimal. It's street resurfacing and some very minor maintenance work. But they have a concept they've been working to design that includes roundabouts, it includes bike lanes, it includes enhanced crossings and crosswalks. It's really a streetscape improvement project that would provide mobility benefits, but it's also a way to provide enhanced placemaking and kind of a corridor refresh, if you will. And so we did apply for a grant for about $11.5 million. As the state budget tightened, we just missed out on that. We're going to apply with the next round, which is round 8. We'll go to a workshop here later this week on that. But that's just one component. I think the Inyo corridor is probably broader than that, but that is certainly something we're going to continue to pursue in conjunction with that.
So there's a lot of things that we do. I try to I give you a cross section of the things we work on in the weekly report, but there's all kinds of other things we're constantly working on. I normally don't talk about the grants we pursue too much unless we get them. Then it comes to you guys to decide if you want to accept the money or not. But anyways, On this particular item, if you want to have a work session on it, we can give you the whole outline of everything we've been working on and all that. If you want us to put in a weekly report, we can do it, or if you want to wait, we can, do something in the future, whatever council's desire.
So if I can, real quick in summary with that, you opened up and talked about the $500,000 commitment. And I had mentioned to you in our meeting, but there was some discussion at council that it seems that there's still a consensus of that $500,000 commitment. But the facts that in front of us, it's not in the budget. It's not budgeted. When the time comes, that will be in front of council, that as the grants get underway, the study gets underway or comes back to us, it would be council's direction at that point in time.
For sure.
Again, I think the point I'm making is right now, we're not at a loss and we're not at a critical decision function. What we're doing, I can only speak for myself, what I'm understanding is there's grants in process. Along the ATP and along these other programs, this is going to come back before us. And as you're saying, having it in the schedule so it comes back before us. And at that time, still is council would still be allowed direction to say, here's a decision point. And if we want to allocate money or make other decisions, that will be in front of us. What would you say that time frame from the grants? Is that really depend on the grant schedule next year?
Yeah, probably a couple of years. There are 2-year cycles for the grants, and then once we receive it, we'll be underway, and that's really to fund completing the design, some limited right of way. Most of it's going to go towards construction of the project.
When would you apply next?
2027, I believe, is
the
window.
next time for the grant application. Now, we would bring this back to you at a minimum as part of next year's budget. The strategic plan in January, we would bring it. And then after that, we would bring it again as part of budget in March.
Okay. Well, I don't want my comments as an assumption of council's action. I just want to understand that I think the desire of having this in front of us and where those critical decision points aren't lost, it's going to be in front of us next year. Okay. That's what I understand. Is there any other comments or thoughts? I thought he did. Or no, I didn't. I came in and took over the Inyo, huh? All right, thank you. With that, hearing discussion, yes, is there anyone in chambers that'd like to make a comment here on the discussion of the Inyo corridor section? Okay, clerk, do we have anyone on the phone? All right. So with that, I think from the discussion, the summary, and other key actions from that, I'm going to move forward on the next item.
Well, no, I mean, I wanted to weigh in on this.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the grant is for infrastructure, but I have been talking about and was sold by the city manager on economic development. The funding that we had set aside was to figure out what kind of economic development could be happen on the Inyo corridor from J Street to West that would help spice it up. I'm not talking about putting in resurfacing the street or building a cul-de-sac. That's a whole infrastructure. The whole idea for this was that at one point we had the money to use for possible grants or different types of awnings or whatever type of things like we're doing downtown on Inyo. The city manager said, hey, we're going to be looking at a study. We're going to be looking at things. This particular thing, what I'm looking for is let's have a study session where we can expand more. I don't want it in, I prefer not to have it in the weekly report. I prefer to have a meeting where there's some presentation about this is what's happening on the infrastructure side. This is what's happening on the economic development side. And that's what I'm looking for, the economic development side. If in the mid-year budget process in January, I come back with a council item request to fund it for $1 million or $500,000, that's a whole different process. I don't want to wait till the budget process to have a discussion on what can be done on Inyo to bring more economic development. And that's what I'm looking for from the council, is to direct city manager and staff to have a study session on that particular subject.
So you're asking for a study session on the presentation of the economic development for Inyo corridor.
Right. I'm not, the whole resurfacing of the street and cul-de-sacs is important, but I'm specifically asking for the economic development part.
Okay. So I'll look to council. Is there a concession or is there a consensus or other actions towards that? I'll let you ask.
I would make the motion that I had suggested October 21st, that the study session will be coming to that city council meeting where the city manager will do a presentation and staff on in your corridor and the economic development potential, challenges. You know, he and I have talked about this plenty of
Yeah,
times.
we have it in outline
So,
already.
Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for, to be a study session on that part. So that'd be my motion.
You would, how would you handle this if we had the study? Would you assign this for economic development? Would our assistant city manager?
Yeah, so this project was assigned originally to Josh, our former assistant city manager. He developed an outline. Since that time, now Thomas has taken over. He's buffed out more that outline, and he's involved the economic development staff. So he would lead it. He would lead the presentation. Economic development staff would augment it, and I'd probably augment it. It would be a discussion.
And if council approve this study session, when do you think it would be appropriate to bring it back?
I think we could bring it on October 21st. I've got to make sure, we have tomorrow on our executive team agenda. We have between now and the end of the year, I think we have 2, 4, 6, 8 council meetings left. And we've already started filling in all the different study sessions we'll have. So tomorrow morning, I'd like to sit down with staff and figure out if that October 21st is the right time frame. But I can put in the weekly report what the date would be.
And a lot of the things that I think will be in that framework as it relates to streetscape and facade improvements really are built on what's going to be in the ATP workshop. So this cadence of things lines up with that timing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So you're comfortable, Thomas, that the dates were a date in October with our 2 meetings would be appropriate to be able to do the study session. So your motion would be at one of the meetings in October?
I gave them the last meeting to 21st.
But if they find that it's more appropriate for the first meeting in October, you would be happy.
That'd be better. I just wanted to give them as much
Okay.
time as possible.
Well, so you're modifying your motion to indicate one of the meetings in October for this study
I will
session.
leave it up to the city manager to pick the date, yes, in October.
Okay.
I can,
I'll
I'll second that motion. But I will not be here on October 7th, so I would request that it be on the 21st
Okay.
because this is part of my district.
Make it the 21st.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the Inyo Corridor Economic Development presentation, but as noted by staff, there'll be some overlapping topics that will be presented to come back, as seems to be a consensus amongst all group for October 21st meeting. Do we need a motion or is there a consensus with that?
Well, I made a
Motion and a second. Got a motion and a second. I'll move on to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 11.5, request for joint meeting with COS and Tulare Joint Union High School District Boards.
Okay, the next 2 are newer requests from Councilmember Segala. Just so you know, going forward, our standard operating procedure will be after it goes through phase 1, we will schedule that item for the next council meeting for phase 2 consideration. The clerk will automatically do that unless I pull it back as I need or we need more time to consider it. So now you know it's going to be coming back much sooner for round 2 than in the case of some of these have taken longer. On this particular one, just so you know, I have reached out in anticipation of this discussion to the CEOs of both organizations. They have both indicated to me that they believe that the boards would be available to meet with council. If that is council's desire, we have started looking at potential dates. I don't have that information for you. They both seem to indicate that they think the meeting should be, like an hour, maybe no more than 2 for certain. And there should be very limited topics. Each party, each organization would list 2. And we would start with 1 for each organization. And if we made it through those 1, then we would come back to the second one. So the conversations would be limited to those discussions. My intention would be if you vote on this moving forward tonight, I would need to know a couple things. 1, are these the 2 agencies you want us to meet with, or is there any others? And 2, my intention would be to draft an agenda and include it. I don't know if it'd be this Friday's weekly report, but in one of the upcoming weekly reports to say, this is what my executive team believes, this is what the topic should be, and it'll give you an opportunity to weigh in and let me know if you think it should be something else. That's what I'm looking for tonight.
Well, I'll make that motion. I'll entertain that motion. It's perfect. It's exactly what I'm looking for.
I'd like to, for discussion, I believe that we need to include the Tulare City School District Board as well. I think it would be seen as a lack of consideration that the elementary school district feeds into the high school district, which then feeds into the junior college district. Having worked for the city and with the district and work closely with the board, we can hold it at another location where there's enough room. I think they, if they wanted to attend, that they should have that opportunity to have an item for discussion as well.
Does create a situation to where I mean, do we include Sundale then? Do we include
Palo Verde.
Palo Verde? Do we include Oak
Well,
Valley?
if you look at the number of our students that are in elementary school, the Tulare City School District is going to be a very large component, which all of those students, I think that if you want to include Sundale and Palo Verde and Oak Valley and, I mean, I don't know.
Well, they have inter-district transfers.
Yeah,
I mean, I see
yeah.
signs for Liberty all in the Del Lago area. I
Yeah.
see, I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just saying,
I just
I
think
mean, the
leaving
request-
out the voice of that large, group, but maybe you invite a person from each board of those outside, small districts, or the board presidents just from Tulare City School, then those schools. But I think the voice of the elementary school district needs to be a part of the discussion.
then our city manager would reach out and see if they want to
Right, they may
participate.
not even want to, but by not even asking them to be included, to me, is a
Okay. And you've already proceeded to initiate contact.
Only with COS and the high school district, not other cities.
Okay.
My question is, what are we looking for? What do we hope to gain from this meeting of all these individuals, these groups? Is there one common thing that we're looking at, or what is it?
Sure, I could help with that. We've had these in the past. We haven't had them often every year, but the idea is that we would talk about different collaborations. I mean, we have a COS campus in our city. What's going on? We depend heavily on the high school district to use our parks, because a lot of them, if not most of them, are school property, right? That we use Mulcahy, we use Bender, we use all these other parks that are part of the school system. So the idea is at least once a year to get together, what kind of cooperation, collaboration that we can work together on. I went to the one in Visalia. They had a great presentation of all the different things that are happening in the Visalia Unified School District. And we've had, at least in the last 8 years that I've been on council, we've had at least 2 of them. So I think it's appropriate for us to have.
right. And the elementary school district has a sports complex that will be used. They're
Yeah, I
just
mean, I
building
think
that.
if there's 3 or 4 elementary schools, we could probably meet with them separately. I mean, that would also be another suggestion, but at this point, we've had the COS and the high school district together. But if there's a need to have, one with every other elementary school, I think we can do that separately, but it's up to council.
So has the motion been made?
Yes, I made the motion for that we direct, which the city manager already been doing, is to reach out to COS and Tulare Joint Union High School District for
And
potential.
You're expanding it to city schools?
Well, at least city school. I don't know about that, because we'll end up having, we'll end up having a lot of folks on the dais, but yeah, if the city school district wants to participate, that'll be 20 elected officials up here that will have a discussion, so.
We would probably reach out to the net at the T-Biz to see if we can have them come to that facility.
Sure, but then that would be my motion, that we also include Tulare City School District.
We did it before.
Not with.
Yeah, I think
Not
we've had, I
And
think,
they were involved. I mean,
Yeah.
We
what we're
did.
talking about,
The 2 were the COS, right?
that's 20. How many
No, but
schools?
he's saying, but now we're adding the city school district.
so that'd be 20, yeah.
Four times 5 is 20, and we've got 20 seats
Oh.
there.
Okay.
So that would be the motion, to include city school district as well.
I'll second that.
And one point of clarification, are we just also letting the other districts, including the Tulare County School District, make them aware of the meeting and just invite them, say you're welcome to come in the audience, but we're not putting them up on the dais. Is that correct?
Would be the what, Tulare County Board of Education, Sundell, the
Yes.
other outlining
Yes.
districts.
Do we need to?
I'm just asking you if that's
No,
what you,
I don't think
for
so.
clarification, if that's what you want.
Yeah, that's Tulare.
Okay, so we don't need to. Okay, I understand now.
The only, okay.
There becomes an expectation when you start reaching out and saying, oh, we're doing this, but we're not inviting you. I mean, why even go down that road?
Well, I think the reason that it comes down to it, which I would question, is the objective, as Stephen Harrell. So Tulare County Board of Education also facilitates special education and does programs that are in their corpus. So are we talking about programs? Are we talking about expansion? I mean, to what dynamic? But so we could invite them. I think by all means is what I'm understanding.
But those aren't the topics that we're gonna be discussing. I mean, that's out here. We're talking about the limited amount of collaboration between COS,
Okay,
Tulare Joint Union High School, and our
Okay.
city schools. And when we start saying, oh, we might have this and we might have that, we're expanding it to where it's unwieldy.
I would say that it will be started a long time ago, but I'm on board with where we're at, so.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
11.6, request for ad hoc committee on public transit corridor.
I'm going to defer to Councilmember Segala.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this particular item is an opportunity for us to discuss with the city of Corcoran the possibility of creating an ad hoc committee that would explore the possibility of creating a public transit corridor between Corcoran and Tulare, in particular the COS campus. I went to the Corcoran City Council a week ago or so and presented the idea that our council had approved at least the idea of putting it on the agenda. They are open to it and they think it'd be a great idea. Their city manager, Mr. I guess Gatsky is his name, is open to working on it as well. And so the idea would be to try to bring both communities together for economic development. There's a lot of folks that use the Amtrak. A lot of their students would like to go to COS. If a student in Corcoran wanted to go to the COS campus in Tulare, it would be a 5.5-hour bus ride. They would have to go up to Hanford, to Visalia, down to Tulare, and then to the COS campus. The program that the concept of the program would get people from Corcoran to the COS campus in Tulare in 30 minutes. So it would be, I've talked to Ted Smalley about it, executive director of TCAG. He's open to the idea, but obviously his preference is that we go through this step first, have both cities meet, talk about it, explore it, and then approach TCAG and their counterparts in Kings County for potential funding. There are vehicles available that would allow for that corridor to be built or created. And so all I'm asking is for us to have an ad hoc. I definitely would want to be on it. If there's any other council member that would want to be on it, that we would meet with the city of Corcoran and whatever appropriate staff and just have a conversation of how we can put this together and then approach TCAG for potential funding. There is a corridor that's going to be built between Hanford and Visalia. That's part of the high-speed rail, but I definitely believe this corridor would be built faster than that one in terms of allowing folks to go back and forth between Kings County and Tulare County. So the request is that we create that ad hoc committee. So that would be my motion.
Can I ask, what public transportation are we gonna use? Is it microtransit? Is it our buses?
It would be
county
something
buses?
similar. Yes, it would be something similar. I've been talking to the councilwoman from Visalia, Ms. Nguyen, yeah, Councilmember Nguyen, who sits on the CalVans board and has, I've talked to her about this idea and she said that there are plenty of vans available because those vans only have 100-mile range. And so they're not good for the longer trips for folks to do the joint rides. And so a round trip between Corcoran and COS, the transit center, and back to Corcoran would be 44 miles. And so there is that. And when I talked to Ted Smalley, he was excited about it. He says, yeah, he can find funding for that pilot program to bring those communities together. So there would be resources available. But we first would have to talk about it.
Yeah, the ultimate achievement would seem to make sense in this, and I've also on my own determined, usage from the Corcoran community of the COS campus. What I'm curious about is, wouldn't this be more appropriate coming from the COS itself as opposed to the city of Tulare? And that's where I have some, why are we doing this as opposed to having, because it's coming from the Corcoran community to COS, and that's where the real need, and I'm trying to grasp why our organization is taking the lead on this under the circumstances. It would seem like a COS, TCAG, and Tulare County Rapid Transit Authority, that collaboration to make this work, not us. And that's where I have concern.
Well, to answer your question, the trustee, Ms. Diaz, is on board. She hasn't approached Mr. Calvin and her board yet, but I think there's going to be a lot of players involved in this. What's different with Corcoran and Tulare is that they have their own transit system. We used to have our own transit system. Now we have TCRTA. So, when I talk to Ted, I mean, I have a lot of respect for Ted for the things he does. I've been talking to Ted about this idea for months, and he suggested, he said, hey, that's a great idea. You guys come together, talk about it, figure out what it's going to look like, and then approach us. It would be a stronger effort to approach us at TCAG. Then we got to get TCRTA involved. We got to get CART, Kings Area Rapid Transit involved. We got to get the Kings County Council of Governments involved. So there's going to be a lot of players, but it has to start somewhere. COS will be part of it because of their students, but there's a lot opportunity for economic development or economic exchange between both cities. So I think it's appropriate for us to at least have some conversations. And if they are not going anywhere, then it's the conversations that we had. So I think having 2 council members from Tulare, 2 council members from Corcoran to be part of this would be a good effort.
And if there's not, what I will do is I'll pause for a moment and allow public comment. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to make public comment on a request for ad hoc committee on public transit corridor between Corcoran and Tulare? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone on the phone? Okay. I don't want to discourage you from making a formal comment, but I heard your informal comment. No, it's okay. I'm good with it if you are. I just want to say you can up front. Okay. Okay, with that, council, is there any other further discussion on this item?
I have questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Corcoran didn't approach us. You approached them first on this issue. Is that correct?
Yes, I approached them about that. Well, I'd been talking to him since last fall about it. So, but I formally approached them last week, a week and a half ago when they had their council meeting.
And Corcoran has their own transit system?
Yes, they're not set up like Tulare, but they have their own transit department, transit system within their city.
And then Kings County has a transit system also?
Yes, Kings County has the broader, like it takes you like 3 hours to get from Avenal to Hanford, but they have their own county-wide system.
So this would primarily be for the benefit of COS students attending the campus here in Tulare, is that correct?
Well, that would be one big benefit, but also the opportunity for residents from Tulare to catch the Amtrak station, or residents from Corcoran to come to our outlet malls or do shopping in Tulare. So, but I would say COS students would benefit.
Well, I would think that for the benefit of shopping, Corcoran's only 19 miles from Hanford. They have probably just as much retail, if not more than what we have. I would think that the people in Corcoran would want to go there.
I understand that, but the those without transportation, it's a long trek to get up there. I mean, I'm talking about a public bus transit, whatever system that that this would be part of.
You mentioned something about Amtrak.
Yes.
What was that?
Well, I mean, there's people that enjoy going to different parts of the state. I know a lot of people, I've used Amtrak before where I drive to Hanford and park my car there. But if there was an opportunity for one of our residents to go to the transit center, catch the shuttle bus, whatever it looks like in the future, it'll drop you off directly at the Corcoran Amtrak station. And then you can go north, you can go south, or wherever you want to go.
In my opinion, as Councilman Madera stated, this should be initiated by COS. This is to benefit their students. Why should we have to bear the burden of getting this started? It should be up to COS if they want to accommodate and make it easier for their students to get to Tulare. I don't think that we would see that much economic development out of the people coming out of corporate. Just my opinion.
My summary with that is totally endorse the dynamics of what is presented here and endorse the element that we're talking about students, perhaps those that are dependent on the bus system, the transportation corridors. I endorse the thought that's behind it. I think with that though is I don't endorse of us being the lead of creating an ad hoc where it becomes our ad hoc led by our administration having to do the notices, the collaboration, it would seem as the lead. I think with that in saying endorsing is that Tulare has passed our transportation over to the TRTA, excuse me if I get the acronym wrong. That's where our transportation is housed. And endorse where it's a collaboration, endorse the idea. But with that, because of resources being an ad hoc that would be housed with us for us to carry the banner and the flag for the city of Tulare and our staff administration, I see it more too, again, that's my comments to endorse it. However, that flag and that banner can be carried by our regional transit system, which is in collaboration with those other entities mentioned. That's where I see that happening, which is much in line, I think was Councilman Madero said with that, but to me, it's a cornucopia of everything said here. I feel that those are the right agencies to lead that and the resources to facilitate that. And then the opportunity comes where we're a part of that discussion. What does that look like as those agencies put that together? I think could be presented to us at that time. That's my thoughts. Is there other actions or did you?
No, I appreciate that. I understand there's not a consensus on this item, but I sit on a TCAC board and that's another option. So thank you.
Okay.
I can also bring that up at the Tulare County Regional Transit Association meeting. We just had that yesterday, so I can bring that up next month.
Okay, moving forward to item 11.7, consideration of modifying the start time of regular city council meetings.
Yes, Council. So as you know, we have a lot of items on our agendas consistently. I don't see that trend changing because we're getting a lot of things done in this city. And these meetings are going regularly 3 to 4 hours. So we decided to take a look at and see what are some of our surrounding jurisdictions doing. And as you can see in the staff report, many jurisdictions are starting their meetings much earlier. We'd like council I've had a chance to talk to several of you about the idea of whether you have an interest in starting the meetings earlier or not. So we brought this item forward. If you have an idea, recommend or desire to do that, it would require an ordinance revision for our charter. Our recommendation, if there is one, is we'd like you to think about starting the meetings at 5. Really, in the beginning of the meetings, we have a lot of ceremonial things with presentations and whatnot before we start getting into the meat of the agenda. And so I think there's plenty of time for folks to make the meetings. I'd also recommend if we had a special workshop, we'd start those at 4. I think we'd have a better chance of getting out of here before 11 p.m. And I think there's a benefit to all of us because I think all of our attention spans and brain power diminishes. Maybe there's a few of you that don't, but mine does as we start approaching 11 p.m. And You know, we're still firing on all cylinders at around 8 or 9. So that's what we wanted to bring to your attention. We're open to whatever direction you want to take.
Okay, I'll just kind of go around the group. Councilman Maderos?
I'm virtually retired. So I would defer to what those who are on from the city council that are on a time structure. Mr. Segala and you, and to the extent that the vice mayor, Terry. to
Just
the
do pull
extent that
shifts, Steve?
It's late, so I'm having trouble.
Yeah,
Terry from Tulare.
Terry from Tulare. I would have the same consensus. For me, I could certainly do this, but my time is much more flexible than those who have full-time occupation.
Yeah, and I said, I'm just going around. Thinking about this, I like the idea. I endorse more 5:30. And the reason is, as again, if this were to stay in the future, council members that perhaps need permission, still in that relationship of working, as what's mentioned. I like 5:30, and I think it also works for the public in case if they're getting home or transitioning with that. And so it's just a little bit of meeting in the middle, the 5 to 5:30.
I've talked to the city manager about this before. My primary concern was for staff, that they've worked a full day. Now they're here till 11 o'clock, or sometimes we've been here till 11:30, and then they're back the next morning to start all over again. It's too much of a strain. And some of us also that are kind of getting up in years, it's a little bit more difficult to really pay attention. Like the city manager said, to be attentive to everything that's going on, especially if we get something that's extremely complicated, a complex issue. It's kind of hard to remember what's going where here. So I would endorse maybe 5:15 or 5:30.
Well, I think on your point, I mean, the city manager could have staff come in later, or they can come in, on Tuesdays, come in and work at 1 o'clock or something. I mean, that's something they can do if we're gonna have those meetings. But for me, it's 5:30. 5:30 would be the minimum in terms of having a study session. As I already, I work full time, and I have a good employer that allows me to attend other meetings, whether they're TCAG meetings or other things. So, but I can't be going to the trough all the time. So I think 5:30 for me would be a minimum to come to a council meeting.
And just so I understand, if we did a council meeting instead of 5:30, would we start the workshops at 4:30?
Probably the fact that you told me you have 8 to 10 that you're planning for the rest of the year, I probably would, at minimum, I probably could hear at 5, but anything before at 4 o'clock, 4:30 would be a big ask.
Well, and it depends upon the workshop. I mean, today we had one that took a half hour.
Yeah, that was just an appointment.
If it was, an hour, but in reality, it did.
That was half an hour.
Yeah, it was
Half
half
hour.
It was only 15 minutes, 20
And it
minutes.
only took 50, but if you have something more complex, then you'll have to adjust accordingly. And if we have some that are just a presentation, I guess you can miss there are situations to where we as council members can miss that study session and show up for the meeting if we just can't make it work.
Well, so like my preference, like I said, my preference would be start council meetings at 5:30. But nothing at 4 o'clock. 4:30 would be probably a stretch, but ideally 5 o'clock, 5:30 to start the council meetings. That's my preference.
Okay.
And I didn't, when I met with Mark on this issue, I didn't want to talk to anybody else because as I indicated, it was basically more the people who were affected and weren't as flexible. But my initial reaction, as he can confirm, was 5:30. So,
I think this is new, and it's a good change. Welcome. Everyone's on the same page with the change. So if we go with 5:30, let's start there and
we
see
can come
what
back.
the objectives, yeah.
But we have to do this by resolution.
Ordinance.
Ordinance, okay. But as part of the ordinance, we need to incorporate a modification to our handbook. Because our handbook of guidelines for the city council says 7 o'clock. So that needs to be a corresponding change.
When
And you're
we,
gonna say something. Melissa.
so when we adopt the ordinance, which is a two-step process, so we'll bring the first reading and then the second reading, and then it won't be in effect until 30 days after that. So really, you're looking at the last meeting in October that it would start affecting the start time. We would bring the handbook by resolution to amend that.
To make that modification.
Correct.
And maybe that's another thing. Do we see that modification immediate, like what the clerk is talking about, or maybe we start this January?
I think that, no, we just
said October.
Should start, okay.
Gotta give 30-day notice of time on one.
Our recommendation would be we move it as soon, we just move it,
We
to
start
start
it.
because the process
Yeah.
takes a while.
Okay. All right. So there's a consensus from the group, 5:30, and we're starting this process now.
No, we have to make a motion.
We
because
do
it's-
have to make a motion, not,
Yes.
okay. So
Oh, no,
I'll look to council for action.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna add to Councilmember Segala's point, looking at our list of workshops and study sessions, the number of pre-7 PM meetings that are scheduled is about the volume going into the 11 PM hour. So I don't anticipate as many. I anticipate those happening within the normal time window with the
Don't you
regular
guys
meeting
talk.
starting at 5:30.
Okay, real quick, but as I said, before we go to a motion vote, I also on this item 11.7. We have people in the chamber go to public comment. Was there anyone in chambers who'd like to make public comment on modifying the start time of our regular city council meetings?
And Mr. Bender comes to all the meetings, so he may have an
Do we-
opinion about that.
And clerk, do we have anyone on the phone who'd like to comment on this?
You'd have to get.
I would prefer to the microphone, sir.
Well, based on that, I really don't know. This is my first time here. So I noticed that you guys haven't taken a break. So, I will be offering like, I don't know, like 10 minutes break. Everybody needs to go to the restroom or getting a coffee or something like that, that maybe I'd be able to provide that, a snack or something like that. Because it's a very long meeting, too many hours. So I was like, okay, no one's been going out to the restroom or anything like that. No coffee or nothing. So I'm offering for that. If you guys can do that, having a little break for that. for the
Yeah,
next time.
surely talk with the clerk, and as the clerk said, there'll be a couple months of us working through that. The
Okay.
process, yeah.
Great. All right.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
prepared to make a motion. Discuss, consider modifying the start time of the regular city council meetings to be changed to 5:30 PM.
I'll second the motion.
Well,
Oh.
we're, if I may interject, we're making a motion to propose an ordinance amending the time to 5:30 and also incorporating that into our handbook of rules and guidelines. It's the ordinance we're doing, is that correct?
This item, it was to just, if you wanted to consider to change the start time. So what we're gonna do, if you approve the start time to be 5:30, we're gonna bring back the ordinance for you to
Then I
adopt.
stand corrected. Okay, go ahead.
we have a motion.
I'll second that.
Already did.
Okay.
Okay, we have a second by Council Member Sarah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Number 12, future agenda items. We have none submitted, and we're at item 13, which is staff updates. And I always start with Mr. Orr. Good evening.
Good evening. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
No, I need to hear the official.
I have nothing to report for
Okay.
finance.
I have nothing to report.
I have to report that you will have a very happy staff with 5:30 meetings. And I also hear happy spouses at home.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes, I just wanted to let you all know that Wednesday, September 3rd at 5:30 at the TPIS facility, we will be hosting a workshop for the downtown P-bid. process. And so notices will be mailed out to those property owners this week. And so hopefully we'll get some good attendance to continue getting feedback on the proposed boundaries, service levels, and to keep this moving forward.
Mr. Naya?
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Good to see Manny and Jason up at the dais. Just a reminder, Downtown Association has casino night this Thursday night.
Yes, this Thursday night, and there's a more important event. It's my wife's birthday, so, yeah. Yeah, I can't be gambling with that on that night. Yeah. I'm gonna move on. Mario.
No, nothing tonight.
Yeah, Mr. Mondale, you have the last word. All right. With that, we are going to recess to closed session to discuss the following: conference with labor negotiators per Government Code 54957.6. Is there anything I need to add in that announcement, Mario, or anything you need to add?
No, you're good. Thank you.
All right, we will recess to closed session. that theme that Don Rick was playing when you walked out that matador? I feel like that's what I'm playing with.
I'll see if I can get it for you for next time, sir. And you too. Hurry up, we'll be done before 11.
No, take 5 minutes.
Three.
There's 3.
The microphone.
We'll reconvene from closed session and closed session report for this time.
I don't, she reported.
Goodness. We'll reconvene from closed session. Item 16, closed session report. There is nothing to report. And with that, we will adjourn our meeting.